Welcome to the $1 million Guarantee Midsummer Classic, presented to you by Shark Tank Poker Club and their esteemed partner, Mad River Poker Club of Dayton, Ohio. We have 8 combatants at this final table battling it out for a grand prize of $250,000 for first place. The final table is headlined by 2-time WSOP bracelet winner Joey Cowden, the longtime poker professional who has accumulated $3.2 million in earnings, including a $187,000 score at this year's WSOP. Let's get a look around the table here. We got Jordan Moisey sporting the nose patch breathing thing. I don't know what it is. We got Austin Fowler, online poker guy. He's been grinding the solver with $18.6 million. C3, we got Ronnie Moore. Look at that. He is a retired professional skateboarder from Davenport, Iowa with $13.6 million in chips. Mike Jackson. I love this guy. Met him at Mad River a little while back. $7.8 million. We got John Mingus. He's from Louisville, Kentucky. $12.5 million. There he is, the man that I talked about on the intro. Joey Cowden, $11.425 million. Todd Wagner. He's an Air Force veteran. Thank you for your service, sir. He's got a wife and an 18-month-old baby boy. He's got $4.9 million in chips, representing Mad River Poker Club. And Eduardo Paz, $14.5 million. He's from Venezuela, expecting his first child soon. And we're excited to get this going. Get a look at the chip count here, recognizing what the possible ICM implications are. Todd Wagner on the short stack with 12 bigs. Michael Jackson with 20 bigs. Joey in there with 29 bigs. And it's pretty tight towards the top. Mingus with 31, Moisey 33, Moore 34, Paz 36, Fowler at the top with 47 big blinds. My name is Yale Greenfield. You can find me on Twitter at LiveKingPoker. And I'm joined by a very special guest, one of the biggest and best sports bettors in the world, Vinny Bonta. You can find him on Twitter at VincentBradley7.
Very kind and very generous words by you there, Yale. I wouldn't say the biggest and the best, but it is my living. I'm excited to be in the poker streets. Poker is my first gambling love, and get to watch people play for life-changing money, which is always very exciting. As you mentioned, seeing how Joey, a man who has been here before, has played for this amount, navigates this field is absolutely the headliner of this final table. But Columbus local Jordan Moisey will be the person to watch for myself. Jordan is not going to back down. He is a fighter. He will get after it. And as we're talking about this, talk about a hand that's easy to get after it with. Kings for Mikey.
Looks like Mikey went for min there to 800K. Just doing a little lip reading.
Yeah, we're hoping these cards will start displaying so we get some more insight onto these players. You're going to look really early to see sizings that will tell a lot, as well as how these people play in these tight ICM scenarios. Immediately a very kind of tricky spot for Edwater to navigate here with the 10s in the cut.
It's a 3-bet to 1.9 million. What do you think about this size, Vinny? This is oh my, no.
Oh.
Absolutely insane on the first hand. Kings, 10s, and ace-king off.
Ronnie really, really dislikes his life. If you had ace-queen, this would be a pretty comfortable fold. When you get to the jacks, the ace-king variety, it really gets difficult to know what to play here. Again, there's a lot of incentive to fold and make some money. You have a stack, and this is excellent. Unbelievably well done from the former professional skateboarder. He has the chops in poker as well.
And an all-in from Mikey, and It's probably going to get a call from Eduardo, don't you think, Vinny?
At 30 big blind mark, man, it's really 400K. How many bigs does this yell? Eduardo has 12.6, I believe, so he's going to start at 30 bigs. I can see Eduardo getting away from this somewhat easily. Again, Mikey opens from under the gun. This is going to be a pretty tight 4-bet jam range. I can really expect a lot of overs. You expect mostly pairs to beat you. You aren't seeing the nines in range. And again, this is going to be a very tricky spot to navigate and very player dependent. These players probably have some experience with each other at this point. If he can assess that Mikey can find this with ace king, that's part of it, but he does go with it. He does go with it. And again, we are now in a really difficult spot.
So we've got a massive $16.65 million chip pot. Excuse me, I'm used to doing cash games as tournaments. 16.65 million chip pot here. Pocket kings for Mikey, pocket tens for Eduardo. Mikey looking to stay alive and not be the first guy out if his kings can hold. The always scary ace high flop, but with the cards revealed in advance, not scary to Mikey. And heading to this river, only a 10 can knock out Mikey. No, he will not be knocked out. He will double up on this first hand. 16.65 million tokens awarded to Mikey.
And the big winner of that hand, it's our guy Ronnie. Ronnie with an incredible fold early, showing a lot of savviness, understanding how tight Mikey's playing. The 3-bet as well. I'm really impressed from the early fold there. It's very difficult to do. Quite well done by him.
Yeah, I mean, Vinny, I don't know that I would have the discipline personally to get away from my favorite hand, ace king. Let's get a look at these chip counts after that collision. Todd Wagner now the shorty with 12 bigs. Eduardo, the unfortunate cooler, with 2 10s, down to 17 bigs.
I think what you notice here early, even Austin's a chip leader, is not really a significant advantage over any player. He can't, as much as you would think, apply this huge chip stack pressure. So all these players are going to have to play pretty tight. And with first place being more significant than most tournaments with 250K up top, it's going to be quite difficult to really navigate for those. Really from first to about 7th is really tricky and really precise and nuanced to navigate, Yale.
Big slick for hometown hero Jordan. He's got that breathe right on. I don't know what I called it earlier, but whatever. It's, you know, it's makes you breathe, makes you think. Clearer.
Of note, Jordan not going with the min 800K sizing, going a little bigger, gives the big blind a worse price. This is, again, a very interesting early spot for Mikey. Plays as a call. I like this. A7, especially against Jordan, just way too much of a hand to fold.
And a really good flop for Jordan. Mikey gets top pair, but Jordan with the boss top pair. No hesitation from Mikey. A clear call and a 9 of spades on the turn, changing nothing. You can see Jordan with 95% of the equity here. Tricky check back from Jordan following the check from Mikey, and a deuce river pairing the board. I mean, Vinny, if you're in Mikey's shoes, you've got to think you're good here.
I think Mikey can very easily, again, you might chop at some percent. Ooh, I do like check. I thought maybe we could see a small bet to some variety. I mean, Mikey just can't possibly fold here. Too good of a price. Oh, to 1.4, sorry. catch up to the graphics.
Yeah, I think the graphics were just a little bit behind there. So I think what happened on this river is we get a lead from Mikey of 1.4 million. Jordan with the deep sigh. Could he be considering raise?
As played, I think raise is pretty mandatory here. I like this a lot from Jordan. I can't say that the turn check with the king of diamonds and ace king is something that should be done quite often, but when you do check this is a pretty mandatory raise. When you check and take these lines, your value raises can be much thinner. And again, Jordan is now specifically repping ace nine, ace queen, boats, ace king, and really putting this hand in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I think the graphics are a little behind, Vinny, but there it is. It was 4.3 million from Jordan facing a $1.4 million bet from Mikey.
And
there it is.
Beautiful.
The call.
Really nice find from Jordan there. And the emotion yell.
Look at the intensity there.
And I don't know how you feel about this. I enjoy this. I enjoy seeing people in the biggest moments of their life letting the emotion come out. It is a fun nature of poker that I personally enjoy. And is, again, the moment is not affecting Jordan's decision making in the hand, which is quite impressive. So again, the turn check is going to be done very infrequently, and I'm really impressed by finding the river raise there. Very, very good by Jordan.
Two electric hands to start this out. Jordan chipping up, Mikey chipping up. So we're seeing some swings. We're seeing them get after it. Gorgeous looking hand for the Venezuelan. He's an electrician. Got to be rooting for somebody with their first kid on the way as he opens to 900,000. Ooh, a pass with the 7-6 on the button, Vinny.
Yeah, again, another really great understanding of situation there by our guy Ronnie. Again, trying to defend. Again, Eduardo is opening off of approximately 16 bigs. Those suited connectors, again, you get in a lot of trouble calling from middle position, button specifically, when not closing the action. And you're not playing to win nearly enough chips to make it a profitable call. Really like that intuition. And you saw the speed of it. It wasn't even a consideration, which actually I think shows a lot of Ronnie's chops, which I really like to see. Pretty clear defend by John here in the big blind.
Ace high board. Not much going on for either player. Both have backdoor straights, backdoor flushes.
You're seeing a small bet here quite often from Eduardo, which I believe he is doing.
Small bet and a quick fold. John concedes to Eduardo. And Eduardo, after taking the huge hit on the first hand, back on the come up. I see you out there, YouTube chat. I'm logged in as we have a look at the payouts. The next person out will get 17,000, then 22,000. We see some massive pay jumps in that second to first region. If you're out there and you want to chat, one of my favorite things to do during this exciting poker is chop it up with the YouTube chat. See, we got 155 people out there watching. Thanks for joining us.
I must confess, I did also just type in Shark Tank without adding the poker on my YouTube and got a lot of ads for the TV show that will now be hitting my algorithms for quite some time, but I'm also here.
So, interesting development here. Eduardo maybe playing like the heater, like we're on a heater, opens the 10-5 off from +1. Jordan's coming along from +2 with 5s, which is a interesting decision as well, and a couple of huge hands behind. Let's see what these players decide to do. King, queen of diamonds.
So typically, you're gonna, again, when you're this Eduardo 8 million stack, you are supposed to play pretty tight when you have Todd at 5 million. And Eduardo says, I don't really care about that. We're opening from under the gun 1. We're gonna try to take it down. Maybe using that image with a hand that shouldn't be used. And
well, let's just say this, Vinny. It's a bit of a risky open off of sub 20 bigs from +1.
I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be nice.
Hey, look, no gamble, no future. Joey, though, with a really good holding, I think he could be thinking about jam. What do you think here, Vinny, with ace, king of spades in the big blind?
Yeah, it's clean. It's clean. It's easy. It takes down so much dead money. Obviously, not obviously, but Jordan cannot commit to be calling. I am wondering if there's any way some cards are maybe misread that this decision's being made. I really hope so with the tank that's happening, that this is a card reader malfunction. I'd be pretty bummed because Eduardo I was a big fan of.
Well, you can't blame him for Hollywooding a little bit, right?
Oh, no, I can. Yeah, we're going to see a fold. We're going to see 2 more folds here. Great execution again from Joey, picking up a clean 3 million uncontested.
2.7 million chips of profit for the local hero, Joey Cowden. Specializes in really any format of poker. Limit poker, mixed games, no limit, PLO. He plays it all. He plays a huge schedule. A true grinder.
I think Columbus has a lot of great mixed players, some good no-limit tournament players. I think what anyone in Columbus would say is if a game is made up, a new game, Joey is probably the 101 pick to learn the game fast. He has great card sense. He's been doing it for a while, and he is not the new age studied player from my understanding, but he understands games and he understands people really well, which is really terrifying to go up against. He's a guy that is, you're going to make a lot less money when he is at your table.
God, I love Jack 9 of hearts. I don't know, but just when I get a look at it, John's got it on the button. Most players using this 900K opening size, which is off of a little over 20 big blinds.
And I think maybe to first-time watchers who aren't studied at poker, and they're saying, what the heck's the difference between 800 and 900? It really is a compounding effect where you like using the min sizing because it gets the job done of, wow, very, very tight fold. That's something to know for the players who would get this in real or on the 30-minute delay. That is going to really affect a lot of the opens, and something to note for all players of how Todd is approaching all of this. Queen 10 there is going to be a call.
Yeah, I think off of 10 bigs, you really want to peel. It's sort of annoying when he goes 900 instead of 800, the extra 100K. But yeah, it's a hand that's certainly good enough to see a flop versus a button open. But like you said, Vinny, something to watch out for with regard to Todd's strategy. I mean, maybe well, let's get into the action. Maybe you can opine a little bit later about why Todd would want to take a flop there off his stack. Austin, says he's been grinding online and doing a little bit of study. Min with number 1.
Another hand of note, I think the Queen Jack suited can find 3 bets at some percentage, and Ronnie not taking it, where it might not mean anything. He might be using it sometimes, maybe not. Just again, when these players are getting real-time info, stuff to be noting. Again, he called pretty quickly, which would indicate he didn't really think there was a decision to be made. So you can infer in future 3-bets maybe Ronnie is going to be a little tighter, but something just to note.
King high, 2 clubs. Ronnie's got a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Pretty good board for Austin as we see him reaching. Goes for a pretty small size here.
Yeah, this small size usually indicates how I would think about it typically is if you bet small, you think, oh, look at this.
Ronnie with a couple of tight folds early and showing a little bit of moxie. He's a 3x raise over this. What was that about? It was like low 20s, low 20% in the on that sizing from Austin. And he's going to call real quick. These guys are playing at a lightning speed here. 5.6 million in the middle and a 6 of diamonds turn. Austin's going to check and flow to the flop razor. And now Ronnie in a bit of a quandary. He has not improved his equity at all. You can see he's got 9%, and it's a super quick check back. In a brick river. This kind of gives the clearance to Austin, doesn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, so we're you see a lot when I think a lot of players get very scared with the two-tone flops where there's a flush on board. They don't want their opponents to catch up with the flush, which will be a lot of the raises. Austin, again, has the ace of clubs. Less likely flushes will come. He felt pretty confident, also acknowledging, wow. So Austin going all in here for
it's about a
2x pot.
Yeah, about 2x pot on the effective and a quick fold from Ronnie. That we're seeing some really interesting plays here so far. I mean, Midwest poker, you don't necessarily think of like all this exciting action where everyone's beating up each other and throwing haymakers, but tons of action early. We got bluff raises from Ronnie after passing on a couple of. They weren't too tight, but you know, some nice really looking hands and
again, I think there's a couple things I've noted that are interesting. Austin by jamming there is signifying he believes that Ronnie might have some King X raises. What I mean by that is he thinks that Ronnie could have King Queen, King Jack suited, maybe even a very tightly played Ace King, and raising for value instead of the pocket 5s, pocket 9 variety. So now when you go for that 2x size, he is saying, I believe Ronnie might just want to just get to showdown with my King X if I check back. I'm not sure what I think about it necessarily. It is aggressive, and I don't know yet if Ronnie will have those King X raises, but that whole hand was quite fascinating, choosing the gutter to raise with Ronnie. I don't hate. I really like it, especially with the hearts. So I kind of like how Ronnie played that hand, honestly.
We got some Joey fans in the chat. Geo fell, rooting on Joey. Peach and Izzle, shout out to Yale in the booth. What's up? Thanks for joining us here at Shark Tank Poker Club in Columbus, Ohio, 1510 Bethel Road in the illustrious Bethel Plaza.
It's quite beautiful.
It is called the Bethel Plaza, isn't it?
It is.
That's what I call it.
Quite impressive in a random shopping center in Columbus, Ohio. $250,000, $250,000 is being exchanged.
Not surprisingly, it appears Joey has entered this pot to the tune of 1 million betting units as blinds have moved to 250,000, 500,000 here in hand number 7 of this live stream. 5-2 of clubs might as well be aces for Jordan in my experience.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting to note, especially Joey and Jordan having some experience. This 9-5 suited you can get away with a little bit more when Joey is the button with the 2 short stacks and the blinds beating up on them. You have a fighter in Jordan, the big blind. I don't know if 9-5 suited is advised on my end.
Well, let's take a look at one of the best. Do some work here.
Some struggle from the dealer.
10 high rainbow board, both players catching middle pair. Joey wasting no time. About quarter pot.
Yeah, about quarter pot. Again,
here we go. Jordan in classic Jordan fashion with the snap call. He's got the backdoor clubs and the straight draws to go with it.
Getting really murky waters, and you're seeing the awkwardness right now that Joey has to approach. He gets called. He is going to be ahead of some of 5x, a lot of 4x. But again, when you have the 9, it really gets really uncomfortable wanting to bet 3 streets. I like this.
Oh,
wow.
How does this happen every single hand, Vinny? Trips on the river for both players. Blood assuredly coming.
Andrew Kennedy making this final table one to watch.
Jordan going to lead.
Yeah.
2 million and too thin to raise, Vinny?
It's really close. I mean, the $2 million chip pot, half pot, Jordan can just have 10x here. Jordan has 10x a lot here. He does possess the straights that I believe would most likely go bigger. I think we're going to find a raise from Joey here. But again, the really tight thing is, and difficult, and the snap call.
Looks like a pretty small raise from Joey and the complete snap. Unfortunately, the 9 does play Jordan. And a pretty epic cooler after the loose but aggressive open from Joey with the 9-5 suited from the cutoff, taking a monster chunk out of Jordan's stack.
And you see the Shinish grin from Joey, almost laughing, showing the 9-5 suited. And again, you can say what you want about if the open is too loose from the cutoff by Joey, but I think what you're seeing there is really good card sense. He understands exactly what Jordan is repping, that he can have a 10x there, even potentially a worse 5x. I think what the very good players of the old school do really well is attack when they know they're ahead and can really work out exactly what they're attacking. And again, he didn't get punished there from a 9-5 suited, and in fact was able to make the maximum, really. Jordan played it fairly well. You know, actually, I think every street played.
Yeah, I don't
really
think there's anything much he can do. When you see that small raise sizing, I assume the alarm bells go off a little bit, but what are you going to do with trips, really? We got Beluco 31 watching live from Peru.
Peru? Welcome to Columbus, Peru.
We got some South American watchers.
Hopefully for Eduardo.
Joey with the pedal on the metal this time. It's a real hand. King, queen off. Todd wisely releasing. And Jordan has picked up yet again. These two getting ready for another collision. And this is going to be an all-in from Jordan. A little over 20 big blinds after he was decimated in the previous hand. Well, I don't know about decimated, but kind of nasty for him. What do you think here in Joey's shoes, Vinny?
This is just a pretty straightforward fold. One thing to note, Jordan can be using a 3-bet sizing that is not all in here, especially the 20. At these final tables, you do not want to be all in. Whatever it takes to not get all in is good. You want to make money by having other people bust. Again, in these interactions, Todd has to be so happy, but also feel a little disappointed that no one is busted with all these big hands. He was wanting to up the pay jumps.
Well, not to cut you off, Vinny, but if you had a 3-bet size and an all-in size here splitting, which you say you would, wouldn't there be certain hands that you would want to put in those range and split them? And wouldn't ace queen maybe be one of your jams as opposed to one of your small 3-bets?
Ace queen, 9s, 10s all work really well. Ace queen does really like it, but ace queen should be and can mix as well, I would say. But ace queen definitely is, of the candidates for the 20 big blinds, very, very clean.
Given the ICM and the short stacks of Todd and I think a couple others, Eduardo, would flat be even possible by Jordan. I know we're far past that, but as we see Joey pontificating on whether or not he can call this king queen off.
And again, Joey really, it feels like Jackson tends to Joey. This is what he's trying to debate. He doesn't, I think this is what he is debating as well. Aces and kings probably go for that non-all-in 6.5 big line 3-bet. He's debating if ace king and ace queen, how Jordan proceeds with those. So I don't really foresee a world where Joey's ever calling it there. Could be a lot of, this is something, Yale, that I know we've talked a lot about, and both are not a lead at. There is a lot of gamesmanship happening by Joey trying to see Jordan at his normal state, how he is feeling in that for live tells for later, something that you and I have no experience of, are very poor at, but something that matters a lot to Joey. Probably why you're seeing the tank when calling is never on the table.
But regardless, an excellent release by Joey, saving those chips, because anyone who's ever played with Jordan knows he's got a tilt button. Mikey, in the same position from hand one, under the gun, has picked up 2 kings yet again. Opening min. Mikey is from Indianapolis, Indiana, raised in Dayton. Says shout out to Peyton and Chase, his 2-year-old son. I can get behind that. Nobody gonna tangle with Mikey in this one. Picking up the blinds and antes. Be random, liking the commentators. Well, we like that. We can't complain. It's been 2.5 years for me since I last commentated out in LA. Vinny's never commentated before, but it's good to be a gambling guru, I suppose.
Yale, when you're at a final table like this and you hear someone has little kids, you're going to call them off a little tighter? You're going to 3-bet them a little looser?
I mean, it just depends on the guy. Jordan's got a bunch of kids.
I'm
not backing down to him.
I told Jordan this, and I mean it. Jordan plays poker whether he has $10 to his name or $1 million, the exact same. I think it's quite an admirable trait that's really, really professional and really impressive.
More action on the way. This has been an electric final table. I can't believe we're only on the 10th hand. King Jack suited under the gun for John.
Good fold by Todd there. I like using those suited aces as considerations for some 3-betting, but again, you just can't at the sub 10 big blind stack. It is not a lot there. Really like the fold. Really enjoy these little insights of at least thinking through it. I think really can tell a lot by how players are going to approach spots in the future.
And a textbook defend for Mikey. Last time he was in the big blind, he had a little chunk taken out of him by Jordan. This time he is tangling with the same hand. The equity is a dead heat here. Both players with King Jack, top pair. What's that little thing he's got on top, Vinny? Is that a Yoda or something? I'm not a Star Wars guy.
I am not a Star Wars fan myself, but that is Yoda.
We might need some help from chat. I can't even believe I knew what a Yoda was.
I think there's a new form, a Grogu. It is in the a TV series, The Mandalorian.
Okay,
it could also be that.
Dude, you've lost me. Come on, we were just trying to be at one with Star Wars.
I'm trying my best. The chat knows.
John continuing to barrel, putting the pressure on Mikey's short stack. Of course, Mikey knows that Todd is way shorter behind. And what do we have here? A raise to $5 million.
If I am John, I am vomiting while also thinking, what's this guy trying to say? Again, it goes back to, is Mikey, I think the first question we have to ask ourselves, does he have the Jack 8 suited? Yes. Does he have Jack 8? Probably. And then what about the 8-4 and 8-3 suiteds? Because Mikey's now repping much better than King Jack. And for John, when he goes bet, bet, call, King Jack is close to one of the worst hands. He has overpairs. He can have 8s himself here. So really, really tricky spot to navigate. I would be very uncomfortable if I was John here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. John's like relatively low in range given the early position open and the double barrel. Mikey basically saying, yeah, I mean, Jack 8, 8-4, pocket 4s, pocket 3s, and this is just gross. I was sitting here talking about Yoda. I was thinking this hand was just going to get chopped one way or the other, but...
And I think John folding makes a lot of sense. If Mikey has the 5-6 suited and wants to go for it, good for him. There's really about maybe 5-7 of spades he has. It is really hard for Mikey to find bluffs here. And his value range, I really like the fold by John. It really sucks to watch his back. Very unconventional. I think from a pure personality standpoint, Mikey has a personality a guy you want to be around. I can't say I like the King Jack raise even with the outcome. I'm glad it worked out for him. But again, you're raising into this is a final table situation. Trying to get all the chips in when opposed to just going call, call, call and not having your entire stack at risk is really good. It's not great to raise when all of a sudden you are now risking your tournament life with short stacks still in play.
So looking at these chips here, Vinny, most of the ICM pressure is on Eduardo and John, correct? At 13 and 16 bigs with the 7.8 big blind short stack?
Correct. And Todd gets to play obviously looser because he is in last place. Eduardo really feels the heat, and playing hands is really difficult to do.
You know, Vinny, I'm just coming up to realize I was on the Mad River chat. We had two different chats. We got 248 people in the Shark Tank chat. We got another 170 in the Mad River chat. I think they're separate, but nonetheless, let's get back to the action. Ronnie opening Big Slick, my personal favorite hand. Mikey's picked up yet again the King Queen off, and he just tosses it in the muck.
Wow. That is, when we talk about things to note, that is a massive thing to note by Mikey. We have a button open that Ronnie can be pretty wide, and Mikey doesn't have as much pressure. Again, tournament poker in the final table isn't your typical cash game. It's not early stage tournament. Leveraging stacks is all that matters, outside of the cards, of course. Mikey having a 5 million chip advantage over Ronnie is pretty massive because he cannot bust this hand. King Queen feels like a pretty clean 3-bet, getting a lot of better hands to fold. Great result, and again, just really nice insight to get into Mikey's head of how he'll be approaching future situations.
Vinny, do you know Greg Lee? He said you're a natural, almost as good as your parlays.
Well, I hope he turns the stream off now because it's only downhill from here if he keeps hearing me. But my parlays are few and far between, Yale. They aren't ones that I typically associate with.
I know you love SGPs, dude. Don't lie to me. We got King Jack suited, the shorty of Todd. He's got it all in the middle for 3.9 million, and a quick rejam by Eduardo with 2 10s. The hand that decimated his stack earlier. He does cover, so he cannot get knocked out unless somebody else picks up behind.
Yep, we're going to have a flip.
Cards are revealed to the players. 9 million chip pot here in hand 12 of the Midsummer Classic. Will Todd be able to survive in this flip situation? The tiny lead for Eduardo. And Todd jumps into the lead to the dismay of Eduardo with the head shake, understandably. Just fading a 10 and only a 10, and that's going to be a full double for Todd. He played pretty conservatively to start, found this jam under the gun with the king-jack suited correctly, and Eduardo not running well at this final table to start. Unfortunate for him, as the pot is going to be shipped in Todd's direction.
Top 6 with a comment. Eduardo might never want to play pocket 10s again. Probably the biggest spot in his life, and 10s have hurt him back-to-back hands. I have a feeling Eduardo's poker sense, he's going to keep firing those good hands. Similar to you with the ace-king, Yale. No matter how many flips you might lose with ace-king, they're still your favorite hand, right?
More shout-outs in the chat. I think that's Jimmy Swain. What's up, Jimmy? Long time. He's rooting on Mike Jack. Got Eric Vessels out there. Alex Jordan. Yes, it is Live King in the booth. Drag Vinny along with me this time. Let's get a look at the chip counts. Sad times for Eduardo. He's down to 4.8 big blinds. Far and away the short stack here. So most likely, Vinny, I think other players are going to wait and hope that he dies, for lack of a better word.
If you're Todd, if you're John, if you're Ronnie, you can't get out of line here. This is a free 5,000-6,000 equity that you want to make, and getting out of line playing mini pots here is pretty devastating. Look for Austin, Joey, and Michael to really pounce, especially in positions right now. Yeah.
This is nice. We're being rooted on by Tate. Let's go, Vinny and Yale. It's always nice when the people who are good at poker are rooting you on.
I'll
give you some affirmation that Vinny actually knows what he's talking about a little bit, maybe.
I had a day 2 last longer bet with some fellow people, and let's just say Tate was my first pick. Tate is one of the, if not the best cash game player in my opinion, and always respect him a lot.
Jordan finding the ace-10 off open from +1.
Also, Yale, I got confirmation. It's Grogu. It is not Yoda. So
I don't know what that is. As everybody concedes to Jordan, quickly recovering from that disastrous 5 deuce from earlier. How do you share this link, Vinny? Did you share it with your mom or something? No, I'm just kidding around. I think I figured it out.
I think there's a share button that says share.
Yeah, well, technology, not my specialty.
Derek asking what happened to Stein today. Stein, he lost a tough one, 8s to 7s with a 7 coming on the board, all in pre-flop. Local legend Matthew Stein would have loved to see him here and cards up how he interacted a lot of these spots.
All in from Eduardo. The 9-8 off. Looks like John is called after opening this ace-10. Yep, there they are. Both players all in. Eduardo looking for the double. He's got a gut shot. Nothing else working. Any 9, any 8, any 10. No help on this turn. Queen of diamonds. One card to come. Will he be spared? No. John, 2.6, 2.5 million his way. And Eduardo, sadly the first one to leave us here. Tough run for him, Vinny. Picking up 10s twice in pretty good spots. One time flipping, one time he just ran into it. That's a disappointing ending for him.
Yeah. This is, anyone who plays tournaments knows this feeling. You go back to your wife, you go back to your mom, your friends. They try to congratulate you on how great an accomplishment it is to finish 8th out of 2,100 people. And it feels not great.
There's some updated stacks. So John Mingus with 18 and Ronnie Moore with 21 under the ICM pressure now. As we have 7 combatants left in the field. Justin Griffiths, one of the owners of the Shark Tank Poker Club, joining us in the booth to have a look at some hands, have a chat.
How's everybody going?
I mean, we're doing pretty well over here. This is, I can't believe we're only on hand 15.
Yeah.
Every hand feels like a monumental collision.
I think you got some nerves going on right now with some of these players not being at this level of play. So I think that you're going to have a little bit more decisions than you normally have, and maybe some more angst, I guess, if you will.
Jordan defending the 7-5 off versus Mikey's +2 open.
Interesting note again, Mikey now has established that early position. He does have a limping range, if I saw that correct. Finding the 6s is a under the gun 2 limp. Again, just more note of you start trying to construct of when he raises, when he calls. Really hard to balance both of those. Gets way trickier and harder to play instead of just having a common one size raise, which most people usually do. But just another strategy note to think of for those watching.
Yeah, I missed that, the limp of note for sure there. Good find, Vinny.
So Justin, we are at
You can call me Dog.
The Dog.
Yeah, already around these parts of Ohio and Central Ohio, it's usually just the Dog. So from here on out, you just call me Dog.
Of course.
I guess. That's only the name that most people affiliated with poker know me as. Really, I'm not sure what type of dog it is that I'm known for.
Is
I
it
don't know
similar?
if it's a Chihuahua or a Pit Bull or a King Corso or a Golden Retriever.
And it's
it
similar,
could be any of them.
And it's similar.
I don't really know.
It's similar to the Ohio State University, the Dog. The V is just as important as the second word.
Well, I don't know if I'm as distinguished as the Ohio State University in the poker world, but I might have a capital T, but then everything else is lowercase. Just a 1 instead of everything capitalized. But yeah, I mean, it's somewhat distinguishable, at least at the Shark Tank, I guess, on the Dirty 30 Rebuy Thursday. I mean, it's probably got, it's capitalized. It's the Dog when I'm in here on that day. But that's probably our most entry-level tournament and probably the most fun, honestly.
Yeah, one thing of note that just happened there, Jordan is a very aggressive player in nature. We found in this small blind against Joey's Hijack Open, not even a consideration to 3-bet the King Jack off. I know there's some consideration using those high cards to 3-bet bluff with. I'm not sure that is a wanting to stay out of pots or Joey. I'm interested of the not even a decision, folded it pretty quickly. Kind of interesting.
Well, Vinny, it's just a lesson to remind you. You have to remind yourself when you play. You don't have to take every spot.
Of course, but
especially when the ICM pressure's on other people.
But
no?
I think you and I bring it up mostly. I think you and I coming into this would have thought that Jordan is someone who would try to take every spot, think through every spot. More of note, just the quick
Jordan
fold.
bobs and weaves.
He does. Just something to note, my friend. Something
Jordan
to note.
Probably is very knowledgeable of who Joey is.
Yep, for
and
sure.
He probably has some intimidation factor with Joey, and he knows of all these players at the table. I would think that would be one that he would want to really probably mitigate away from.
I've never seen a poker player Jordan was scared of, Dog.
If there's one on this group, it's Joey.
Yeah, for sure. But again,
that's I've played a lot with both of those players, only in cash, never in tournament.
So, Dog, this is
I just would say that Joey.
This is a good time. We got some raise and takedowns here.
Oh, okay.
For all the people who are in the chat,
this is like a
that
Q&A.
that don't play here all the time. Yeah, why don't you tell them what's the business model here? We know it's a rake-free club. How does it work if people have never been here before?
Well, if you've never been in the Shark Tank, it's pretty simple. We are a rake-free club, so we're private. You have to be a member to come in and play. You sign up a membership when you walk in. It takes about a minute or two. Just sign your name, address, everything else. You say you're going to abide by our club rules, which are pretty standard. They're posted online and everything. And then if you want to play a cash game, you pay $30 at the window, and then you buy your chips, and whatever chips that you play with is in play. There's no rake after any of each hand like you see at a casino or anything else. It's all gamed and presented back to the players at the end of the hand.
So just $30. It doesn't matter. I could play 7 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, 3 hours. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And
best deal in the country, dare I say?
And if you come in at noon when we open and you play for 2 or 3 hours, you want to go have lunch with your buddies, kick it, whatever you do, you come back in at 6 o'clock. You've already paid your daily club fee of $30, and you're still good to go. You're good from the whole club operating hours.
We love that, dog, as we see Mikey with top pair after the big blind defense versus the early position open to John. John's going to go to work, starting with a C-bet on Queen 8-7 Rainbow, Vinny.
Definitely not something you have to do. And again, so this is interesting, and it kind of goes back to what we talked about prior when Austin went all in with the aces on the 2X against Ronnie, that now against Mikey, he is finding these raises with King Queen that are cuspy at best. And just, again, a really interesting note for future hands of where Mikey is finding raises, where all these players are finding their thresholds for raising, calling. Just a really interesting hand to note there.
Yeah, I mean, I think mostly just because it was an under-the-gun open that he was facing, right? So, like, King Queen does stand to be the best hand a lot of the time, but is it raise range? Nonetheless, like, didn't really matter in that exact hand because it was a snap fold for John.
You know, there's an old grizzled poker veteran from Columbus, actually from the southern tip of Ohio, called Sabina, named Kevin Chance. He's been around the block a few times. He's a mixed game player, but I'm sure he's listening, or at least people that know of him are. He's always told me and anybody that would listen that King Queen never loses. So I assume Mike Jackson knows that. And
so his hand's King Queen and mine's Ace King.
Yeah, so that has to come into it a little bit as well. Shout out to Kevin Chance.
Todd with a decision there, Vinny. And how do you feel about that one off of, it's like 14 bigs?
Yeah, again, really good fold, really good recognition. When you're deeper, those pocket pairs play much better. Calling those pocket pairs and set mining, pretty bad in these late stage ICM tournaments from early position. Really like the fold. And now you can see Mikey, he is feeling himself getting comfortable. You see this a lot where in the initial stages of these big final tables, bigger spots, there's a lot to think about. And then really at this hand 15, 20, 30 mark, you start reverting back to who you are as a poker player. Mikey wants to see flops, see hands. The Queen 10-0 from the small blind, probably a little loose, and going to see how it plays from here.
John with J6-0 contemplating something.
Yeah, he's been watching a lot of TV recently at the World Series and some tanking. You probably don't really need to do that at this stage, but that's assuming he folds here.
I think he's just debating. Oh, okay, you were right.
Yeah, that's. I got my reader on that one.
Yeah.
Dog, you're laying.
Well, I've been around the game.
You're laying down the law on these guys. They're playing for huge money.
I've played 3 straight sessions this weekend, and I've won all 3. So I feel like I have a good reader going on right now.
We got a flop straight versus top pair. Unknowingly, Joey has stepped into it here as he starts with a bet. The small blind flat from Mikey gonna pay off in some form, most likely. He does not want to see any more spades. 93% of the equity. And a queen of spades could really slow the action here. 2 quick checks. And the blankest blank on the river. Could Joey be considering turning this into a bluff? No, he won't. He'll take his showdown. And Mikey, with a little bit of heat, $3.25 million in his direction.
Mikey has a lot of moral support out in the crowd today. Mikey's very well liked guy, plays from Dayton. He's been around the Mad River community for a long time, and never heard anybody say anything about Mike, so he does have a lot of fanfare out there today.
Yeah, I got the privilege of sitting next to him day 2 for about 10 minutes, meeting him for the first time. And even in those 10 minutes, he left quite the impression that was what you want at the poker table.
Yeah.
There's no hoods, there's no sunglasses, there's no headphones in. He wants to enjoy the 8 people and the dealer at the table, have a good time.
Yeah.
And the fact that he gets to fight for $250,000 with his family watching is why, like, what you do, Justin, is so great. You gave these people opportunities to change their lives, and quite commendable. Really fun for you must be to see what you can do.
It really is. And right now in the room that's probably not on camera is the room's full with a lot of players watching as well as playing as well. And just seeing all those different people enjoying the moment and having a good time in their free time, because, you know, 99% of these players are not professionals. They're just, this is entertainment and this is fun, this is a hobby. So to see them having, you know, the time of their lives being on this live stream and having their friends, and then, you know, also being able to watch it is just, it's pretty cool to be able to facilitate that with the staff at Mad River, as well as, you know, my staff, which, you know, I think of as second to none. I think that everybody here, and I've been fortunate in my whole career in this business to be surrounded by great people. You know, and if you don't have good people, you don't have really anything. And that's the kind of what my parents always told me, is surround yourself with good people and work hard, and everything will take care of itself.
Hand 20, heavy interaction between Jordan and Joey, going at it once again. Top pair for Joey. And a quick check back by Jordan to the 3 of diamonds board pairing turn.
Yeah, I think I do like this check back from Jordan. I think oftentimes you see people who just c-bet entire ranges, especially opening early. The 8-7-3 interacts really well with all these hands that Joey can possess. Joey has way more 2 pairs. He has sets. He has a lot of flush draws. Really hard to get hands to fold. And again, you don't have a lot going on with the lack of club backdoors. You do have runner straight, but I really like the check from Jordan here, and just pretty easy folds, hopefully.
Jordan notoriously sticky, but finding the fold here.
Yeah.
As Joey drags another one. Been good times for him and Mikey so far at this final table.
Jordan's a club regular that's been playing at the Shark Tank for probably at least the last 10, 12 years. So I've known Jordan quite a long time, and kind of see him grow up and improve his game. So I know he's really excited to be at this stage today. But mostly Jordan's a PLO player these days. He's plays higher stakes PLO, and throughout Columbus. So he's kind of a little bit out of his element right now in this no limit format, maybe.
But I do think, Justin, or the dog, you bring up a great point of Jordan has been grinding his teeth for the last 3 months in this high stakes PLO game that you've been offering here at the Shark Tank.
Right.
And they are swinging many thousands of dollars, to the point where I think Joe, well, yes, I was not trying to blow up anyone's spot too much, but to the point where I don't think the ICM considerations for Jordan are going to be as apparent than for other players. He is swinging a lot of money, and I don't think the pressure is going to really affect Jordan nearly to the extent that others might be.
I agree with that 100%. I would say him and Joey are the two that the money and the pay jumps will not factor their, decisions on a hand, whether to be conservative or not.
Yeah, which I think oftentimes Yale and I will speak about this, where we deem it as incorrect decision making because the end of the goal is to make as much money as possible.
Right.
I think from little I know about Joey and Jordan's mentality, they care about winning, and that is way more top of mind. They're trying to play for the win, where Yale and I might take the conservative lines more often, being some people say weak-minded, trying to up those pay jumps. But
wow, look at that 4% by Austin Fowler.
Yeah, I mean, but again,
independent as well.
Well, it's 20 hands.
It's also tournament poker. This isn't cash.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
It's just like the tournament spots dictate that you do things that you wouldn't otherwise do.
Yeah.
We've seen people pass hands that would surely be calls in cash games if you were playing 100, 150, 200 big blinds deep.
Austin hasn't,
a completely different format. And Ronnie had the cuspy QJO open. I don't know if you saw that on the last hand, Vinny. off of like 18, and now he's opening ATO from +1, and Todd with the Lady Gagas.
The Lady Gagas.
Lady, I love that. Love that.
You have 13 here. You can find a non-all-in size here for sure. I don't think that's going to be in Todd's repertoire. Doesn't need to be. I think some will find it, but perfectly fine. Just be all in, take it down.
And it's back on the professional skateboarder. $5.775 million to call. He taps the table and puts it into the bin. Todd with another nice pickup, and he played so conservative early, but since has been impressive with his choices, passing some hands that were appropriate, and he's just kind of hanging around there and finds a pretty clear jam with the 2 queens.
And I think he is showing why the last thing you want to do at final tables is get all the money in the middle. Hanging on as long as possible, you make money and give yourself opportunities to run pure, and it's quite important. Yale, the thing I really want to, I just want to hear about these professional skateboarding stories. You got to think having a beer with Ronnie would be quite the time that he could talk your ear off. I would love to hear Ronnie's stories from when he was a kid and later in life.
I wonder if he knows Rob and Big. I mean, they're from Ohio. At least Rob is. Middletown, shout out. Rob Deerdeck. If any, well, there's probably a lot of people listening from Mad River, so, well, unless they're on their YouTube channel. But yeah, Rob Deerdeck, professional skateboarder from Middletown. But I'm sure him and Ron probably knew each other. Probably rode on the half pipe together.
Yale, is this Rich C story factual?
I mean, dude, if that's Richie from Baltimore, he's out here with the classic Baltimorean fake news. I mean, I don't want to say anything too nice about his wife, in fairness.
Good to have you in the chat, Rich.
Wow, well, this is a pretty interesting chat here. Yes, Ryan Chen, I have made a Tres Leches cake in the past. Not quite as good as yours, because yours are hands down the best Tres Leches cakes I've ever had. Ryan Chen, local player, been playing the Shark Tank for a long time. Good to see you join the chat.
Ronnie with the mystery hand in the upfront open, and the defend from the big blind with King 9 off, netting Austin top pair.
Also, not sure if you saw that, Yale. Joey did from the cut fold the 9/8 suited note.
Joey did?
Joey did, yep.
Clean fold as we see Ronnie putting in 1.3 million betting discs to the middle.
Just have a pretty easy call here. No reason to raise.
And we're just going to get to pontificate a little bit about what Ronnie might have, since his cards haven't hit the reader. Safe turn for Austin and his King 9. A little bit over pot remaining in Ronnie's stack. Will the skateboarder go for it? Little, not quite geometric sizing here, but something in the realm as he's saving some chips behind. 2 into 5.4.
Yeah, I think you're going to see for value probably as low as King Queen plus here. We have another easy call for Austin here. Now, we can see potentially some picked up clubs, maybe within ace-10 of clubs, that Ronnie could very easily go bet here if he wanted.
Pretty big brick on river. It doesn't really interact with the opening range, the mystery opening range of Ronnie, that is.
I don't think there's any fold here for Austin on the river, is there, guys?
I don't know.
On
I mean,
shove,
a jam here is, oh my God,
that's
it's milk sizing.
Oh, gross.
And he doesn't even think about it, and it's a winner.
Ronnie.
Wow. What's old Ronnie have?
I don't think we're going to see it. The reader didn't pick it up.
No, I didn't.
I'd be very curious to see what the 9/8 of hearts for Ronnie.
Oh.
The online solver up and comer from his own admission, adding to his chip stack. He could be a tough out in this one, Vinny.
Yeah. He's had two pretty straightforward hands, have been good. I would not. I'm pretty perplexed, Yale. I did not think that Ronnie had that 9/8 suited bluff in the cards there. Again, I think often it is really easy to want to hope you get right, hope that they fold some hand and bet a little bit. It's not a combo I love personally to go 3 streets with, but if we do go that third barrel, we have to put all of it in. We can't give him the sizing price wise there, but
I mean, we're going to save one chip behind, aren't we?
Well, you have to save one. Yeah. When I say the 3, I don't know if anyone in this table is you'll be seeing that, but yes, he should be leaving at least 200K behind. But man, yeah, very good for Austin. Has to feel good. Starting to distance himself slightly. If you see 1 or 2 more pots go Austin's way, you can really start seeing a lot of leverage being applied to those middle stacks that are everyone's still really tight, and the dynamics are still pretty close to being this similar. But now, again, you have a sub 6 big blind stack in Ronnie. When you're John, when you're Todd, when you're Jordan, you have to tread very carefully in these spots. Overfold in a lot. You are not fighting. You're going for that pay jump. So will be interesting to note.
Ronnie passing the king 3 off, which I'm sure you would have liked to see him defend there, Vinny, off of that 3.9 big blind stack, trying to hit a flop versus the button open, but nonetheless, he's going to wait for something a little bit better. John and Todd probably looking for Ronnie to exit stage left before they put in significant chips into any pot going forward, but collisions will happen from time to time. It's really a waiting game right now for most people to see if Ronnie goes bust. Threes under the gun from John off of a little over 10, Vinny. Contemplating the options. I know what I like. What do you like?
I know what I like.
Yeah, what do you like, dog?
I'm throwing him in the muck.
Correct. That is +1 for the dog. Another point in his poker
cash
acumen.
Game I'm opening.
Well, you don't have 10 bigs in a cash game,
no,
dog.
well, you know, some people do. We have a local player named Jamal buys in for 10 bigs. Hey, Jamal. So we do have some guys that come in a little short, and you know they get a hand like that there and there. He's not playing this tournament though.
John correctly finding that muck with 2 threes after the long contemplation. I do like when they take a little bit of time. They're playing at such a frenetic pace.
Yeah, it gives us time to kind of socialize. I like that.
Catch our bearings.
We can see what the chat's been up to.
Catch our breath. I was informed that Rob Deerdeck is not from Miamisburg. He is from Kettering. So sorry about that. Dayton metropolitan area.
Don't mind to interrupt you here, the dog, but Ronnie is going to be finding it all in here.
Yeah, you got to get in with this one.
Yep, just too much of a hand.
And you're calling always with the ace-10, so.
Yep. We're getting to watch people flip for thousands of equity.
Yes.
We're off to the virtual races. No help to Ronnie. He's got a couple of back doors.
That wasn't one of them.
He's going to need a king or a queen to stay alive. No. The professional skateboarder has exited stage left as Jordan picks up more chips, adding to his stack. GG, Ronnie.
But again, Ronnie really had a tough go of card distribution here. Yeah, the 9/8 might have been a little loose, but he had a fantastic ace-king fold that first hand that most do not find. I think Ronnie was put into more difficult situations than he would have liked and could maybe have added to the frustration that led to the 9/8. But in general, I actually thought Ronnie handled many of the situations quite well. 22,000, nothing to scoff at. Wish we got more of him, Yale.
Ronnie also knocked out the first lady of the Shark Tank on day 2 yesterday at Mad River. So he did do something very good there. So I'm sure Sarah is not still has some nightmares about that situation from yesterday, but she did want me to shout out to Ronnie for being a pleasure to play with.
Vinny, did you see Peel, a.k.a. Ryan Kalb, a.k.a. Peel, asking for your SGP action?
Well, Ryan, let's do some talk in the chat once football season comes around, and maybe we can get some of those accounts some winners. Yeah, if you guys have any questions in the chat with anything sports betting related, pitfalls to avoid, how to get involved on the sharper side of things, message in the chat, message me on Twitter, always trying to help. Anything that we can do to make the big conglomerates make less money is where I am very happy with. So
another raise and take it for Jordan. Kevin Wickersheim, thank you so much, buddy. We appreciate it.
Kevin's a great guy. Really like Kevin. Grinded my teeth when I first started the World Series tournaments with Kevin. He was always really kind to me when I first started.
Kevin Wickersheim is a long-time, essentially day one club member, and as an owner, I can't say how much we appreciate all of his computer knowledge and infrastructure skills that he's given us. So I had an issue today, and first person I call is Kevin, and we figure it out immediately. Well, not me, Kevin does. So Kevin, good to see you on the stream today.
Chris Roberts.
Oh, we got Chris Roberts
in the
on
chat.
There. Oh, hey. Chris Roberts, I know him quite well. Chris Roberts, he's my business partner here at Shark Tank. Me, Chris, and Sean Greenwood are all 3 partners, owners of the Shark Tank. So this is our 8th year, I believe, starting out with the Shark Tank. So, you know, it's been a great partnership, and it's been life-changing for me and Sean. Maybe not so much for Chris, but it's been a pleasure, and you know, I can't be more thankful of the guys that I've been able to work with and partner with, and it's really made my life better, and it's been a pleasure. So good to see him on there. Chris is a very accomplished player as well. So
not to interrupt you, Doug,
yeah,
but we're gonna get all the chips in here. This is gonna be a pretty clean, either limp call off or just pure all in from John, and Joey will either call off. Yep, and this could be a snap. John cannot pick a better hand to be up against here, Yale.
And I got to say this, Vinny, as a non-timing tells guy, I do like how John took his time there, as he did in his other decisions where he found the fold. Really didn't matter to Joey, as he's got the snap.
Yeah.
A lot of interaction between these two, but Joey, the 2-time WSOP bracelet winner, finding the suck out thus far, looking to fade
added 4
any ace or any 10 on this river, and he cannot. The best hand pre-flop catches up. John with the full double, started with the best and ended with the best. The 55%er holds.
Let's see a smile, John. We're gonna get anything. There it is. There it is.
I do like John's table demeanor today. I really liked how he's sitting there and presenting himself. It looks very very well thought out.
Yeah,
nice guy as well. I had a chance to chit chat with him earlier.
We've got some fake news going on in the. You see the fake news in the chat?
I have not seen
trying
fake news.
Tank paid the big bucks to get these commentators. fake news,
very fake news.
Well, I'm doing it for free, Lewis. You know, I'm like, I got a free Snickers bar out of this, and if I do a well enough job, Chris told me he'd give me a Kit Kat. So I do not haven't got that yet, but I'm hoping for it because I'm hungry. I did eat a great meal yesterday at, shout out to the Golden Corral up in Vandalia, Ohio. I was at Mad River all day.
I'm going to take my bathroom break now.
So I had to go and had a little Golden Corral, and most poker players that I'm friends with have heard about that Golden Corral trip.
What kind of promos we got going on? We got what do we got? We got 125 5-card PLO on Mondays at the Tank. We got 5-5 usually with a 10 PLO on Wednesdays.
Yep.
What else you guys been rolling out here?
Well, what we do every day, we have no limit hold'em that starts at noon, and then various days of the week we have kind of like a feature game. So like Monday we have 5-5 PLO or 2-2 PLO 5-card. So we do that on Mondays, and then Tuesdays we have a mixed game, which they usually play 20-40 dealer's choice, 12 to 15 different games. That's kind of the game of choice on Tuesdays.
The 20-game crazy mix.
20-game crazy mix.
Hosted by local legend Satoshi, right?
Satoshi, local legend, and a very accomplished tournament player himself, who also has a World Series of bracelet. He plays in that and organizes it, and that goes off every Tuesday. And then on Wednesdays, we have pretty much probably one of the biggest PLO games in the Midwest. Every Wednesday, we do 5-5, usually with a straddle, and it's a must move. So everybody's going to filter to that main game eventually, and it is a match of stack on that game as well.
Jam and take it from John there. He shipped about 19 bigs from the button with Big Slick, so little jam and take it. He's picking up some chips. What else we got going on there, dog?
And Thursday we also have another game that is a PLO round by round game, and we play that as well. It's kind of a start with a set lineup, and then after that anybody can jump in. And then we do that as well on Fridays, and then we do another mixed games on Saturday. Every Saturday at around 2 o'clock we do I think it's 15:30, and we do about 25 different games. And then in the fall, we usually do mixed games on Wednesdays and Omaha 8 on Sundays. So that's more in the fall. We'll kick those back up here in a few weeks. Once football season kind of starts out, then we get the other mixed games on those days.
So it's on the other side of the not on the side. Kind of east side.
So Todd here again. We have a wow. That is
Todd really he's picking his spots.
And
there's
again,
certain guys he wants to go against, other people he doesn't. He doesn't want to play that spot. He's going to pass. Joey and Jordan in battle once again.
And this is interesting to note. I think you'll see Joey opening these 10-6 suiteds from the button, and the blinds matter a lot of when you decide to go for these loose opens. And again, when you're seeing ace-jack hit the muck from the small blind and the shortest stack who has the least amount of pressure on him, you're only going to see him open wider and wider. And again, of note, when we talked earlier about that king-jack fold from Jordan, I'm surprised to have seen these wide opens, but yeah, very interesting.
Where Joey's really going to show his experience in these situations like this.
Correct, absolutely. And again, these are the parts of the old school pro, like Joey, like Big Nick, like Adam in these Columbus streets that they do quite excellent at, where I think a lot of the new age players might be more technically sound, but they aren't finding chips in really clean spots like Joey can. And again, when you see ace-jack hitting the muck from the small blind, I'm really interested if Todd has anyone who's watching for him to let him know what Joey's opening to see if that changes. Inversely, if Joey has anyone saying, hey, 10-5 suited even, maybe we can get in there. But anyway, back to the action. Every time Mikey puts in chips, I think he is saying all in. He has the motion almost every time I'm seeing it.
Interesting 3x sizing now from Mikey. I think he was going min or just over min earlier.
Has a limp range. Mikey has a lot going on.
Sounds like he's mixing it up a little bit, which I think is kind of good.
And Austin finding, I think,
a very tight fold.
I don't think so facing 3x with
I guess 3x. No, you're right. I misspoke there. Sorry. I said that.
Probably he's in there, right?
No, well, 1.5 he is. Well, yeah, a 2x is he's going to be calling. Right. You see some benefit there. But yeah, Justin, mixing up is good, but there's some back and forth there. It is way harder to keep balance. It's way hard to play 3 opening sizes well. It's really hard not to give away the strength of your hand. Similar there. Is he really finding 3x with bluffs or weaker holdings? Most likely not. And then all of a sudden when you limp, all of a sudden it's really hard. You can raise them very easy. A lot of things that in one particular hand aren't going to show up, but in the totality of an entire tournament makes you actually much easier to play against if not done well. Right. So mixing up is fine, but it's a risk reward like everything in poker.
Jordan once again opening the button, the offsuit ace deuce.
Interesting to see what Mikey does here with the 2 threes.
Can do a lot of things here. Can call, obviously. These lower pairs really could work well from a dynamic of putting pressure on Jordan by finding jams. They really prefer to go all in a lot of situations, and this could be one, but off of 26, correct?
Dangerous flop that both players have missed.
Well,
Jordan turning the best of it.
And I think you're also seeing here, the threes are really hard to play post-flop. You obviously, most times, are going to be, when you hit a set, it's great, but there'd be 3 overs majority of the time. Again, this is one of the spots or something interesting to think about of how hard it is for Jordan to call off his tournament life with being covered. It's, again, a thing that's going to be talked about over and over again, and when you need to think about when you're at a final table.
Yeah.
How is your stack affected by all the other stacks, and how are you leveraging yours? So we will see.
it looks like we have a blinds that just went up, so we have a dealer's change. We have local legend on the golf course, Andrew Kennedy. He's a Shark Tank dealer. He's jumping in the box right now. And Kennedy, as you guys may not know, is one hell of a golfer, but not as good as he is as a bowler. I think he's got about 10 or 12 perfect 300 games. Might be 9, something like that.
One thing that I think Yale and I would both, as Yale and I both reside in Columbus, Ohio, we played a lot here at the Tank. We played elsewhere as well. The dealers here at Shark Tank, I'm going to also add Mad River. It is night and day whenever I go to Vegas to play. I don't realize how spoiled I am by the dealers here in Columbus and Dayton. So I want to thank all of them who've done a great job this tournament, and really my entire poker career here, giving me an unfair expectation of what to expect from a dealer.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I think Mad River and Duncan and his crew and Spank and Melissa, what they started from scratch and have really built it up to having $1 million guarantees is quite amazing. Getting people coming from all over the Midwest repeatedly to play really good events. So I was very excited when we partnered up to do these tournaments. It's been a pleasure.
Ace deuce off, likely to face resistance from the King Queen of Austin. When he's entered, he's been quite aggressive. Definitely not scared. Look at those sunglasses.
I do like that.
I do like them. Yeah, you're going to see a 3-bet quite often in this hand. Again, stack to do it with, and this is why even ace deuce maybe at chip EV and such is fine. When you have 2 bigger stacks, it gets really close and cuspy here in the cutoff to open these weak aces. What do you gain type of situation. This is going to be a pretty clear fold. Well executed by Austin. I'm pretty impressed, Yale. I think, Austin, you're seeing, it's weird in these live tournament scenarios. You can play your entire career, study every spot, a lot of spots, and not really get the opportunity to flex that knowledge, flex that.
We get a little shout out the old room right there.
Yeah, I like the room
that.
there.
Teddy Bear Gary sitting in the crowd. Hey, Gary. Good to see you there. Local poker legend.
Love it. But yeah, it is good to see the studying paying off for Austin in the biggest spot probably of his poker life, and not being afraid of the moment.
Ooh.
Jordan's picked up yet again. Undoubtedly a loose, aggressive image.
And getting a hand like this really pays off to what he's done earlier. Opening a lot of hands and then getting a big hand like this.
Yeah, we see Austin not playing that hand, most likely going to the bathroom. What would it take for you at the final table for $250,000 to miss a hand?
I'd have to be pretty sick.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was a little bit strange.
I think I was out to lunch on that one. Respect. This kid's playing great. He's just looking around and he's like, It doesn't really matter if I miss hands. I'm just going to finish these dudes.
Might have to go out and take a breath.
He's got 45 bigs. He's the chip leader with 27 million.
Yeah.
ICM pressure somewhat on John with 16 bigs. Todd's the shorty, but they're tight. Jordan and Joey squarely in the middle, also looking to avoid confrontation with Austin or Mike. 300,000, 600,000 blind level.
Professional by Jordan also, not even, he understands that it's 250,000. Just because Austin's an eye shot, he was not at the table, he's going to fold. Again, smart move, and it's a queen jack suited that would have been opened. So it is a really fun butterfly effect to see how all this plays out.
Dare I say AP?
Now, Vinny, with the guys that have 13 big blinds and 16 big blinds, they have to realize now, in your opinion, if they can be selective, because if they get up to 20 to 26 bigs, they're right there in the middle of a top 2 or 3 stack possibly. So they're really not probably trying to press the action as much as some other situations. Would you agree with that, or what would you kind of describe on these guys with the short stacks? What type of hands are they waiting for? Are they waiting for top 10 hands, or is their range a little bit more open?
Really, really great question, Justin. So again, I think the biggest question you always ask yourself, what is the shortest stack? And at that 6 million, we're at 11 big blinds. They can play pretty straightforward for what they should be doing because they don't have much pressure. Now, the stacks of the Joey, the John, and the Jordans you're talking about, I would describe their opening ranges probably a couple pips tighter. So maybe a under the gun king jack suited is more, maybe is hitting the muck that it wouldn't otherwise. Maybe a king 10 suited, maybe now instead of 6 being an open, you're only opening 8s. So maybe 1 or 2 pips in all directions is something you might be thinking through. But again, it matters who you're playing against that specific hand. When you're up against Austin, the big stack, you need to be really careful.
Hand 35, Joey and Jordan back at it again, and this time Jordan using the middling offsuit ace as a 3-bet. It's a 3x raise facing the 1.2 open of Joey. I'm pretty sure these offsuit aces can mix here. Is that correct, Benny?
Really can mix. They don't play great post flop. They get really awkward. You don't really mind getting 4-bet off your hand. If they find a 4-bet, you can just easily fold. You prefer those in like the ace 10 and ace jacks where you're really playing a massive pot. And again, it's what we talked about. We've seen 9-5 suited opens from Joey, 10-6 suited on the button cutoff. Jordan needs to find these because he needs to have Joey just be put in his place for opening way too wide.
Yeah, it's a really good find. It's a really good counter strategy, I think, to Joey's strat. I mean, deuce is a hand that could certainly defend in the config, but off these stacks, not something Joey wants to do. So, you know, look, in that spot, Joey obviously
really
played it fine. It's an easy open, but just not a lot he can do facing the 3-bet from Jordan. So nice play by both players. And
I think often, Yale, when everyone starts playing poker and they find themselves with that loose opponent, their initial response is, I want to find, I want to trap them. I want to play tight till I punish them. When inversely, most often playing aggressive back really makes them is the best response often. It's really hard to trap and make good hands. Finding the aggressive action usually is going to result in a pretty good result.
Wheeled ace open for John. Interaction with Austin, sharing the 4. Got the 7-4 suited. Facing this hijack open, likely to put in the call.
There we go.
$3.3 million in the middle. Both players have whiffed this one.
No,
actually, correction, we got bottom pair. I apologize. Thank you for that correction. Check on this straightening board. And John rivers the best hand with top pair. Expect the check here yet again. And he's going to take down a small one.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to Gorilla Gaming. Glenn and his crew are the people that set up this fabulous live stream that we're running today, and can't say enough good things about them. You know, they're first class all the way. If you any poker aficionados are out there and want to do something like this, I recommend them. They've been excellent to work with. They do very, very good job. They're extremely skilled at their trade.
Awesome.
And we really appreciate it.
Thank
too.
you to Gorilla Gaming for this excellent stream.
Yale, thoughts on this open by Jordan from the button?
Probably a little too loose, but, you know, Jordan likes to stay on the pedal as Mikey has outflopped him with bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Did you see what Austin folded in the small blind?
I did not. I was asleep
It was
at the wheel.
Queen 7 suited. Another one of those hands that, if he sees Jordan opening, maybe can put into that class with the chip advantage. Something
Well, this
to
9 of
note.
clubs is not going to get many folds from old Mikey.
No.
I wouldn't hate a check raise here. But I think Jordan checks back most of the time.
I'm not sure. Pairs very good a lot of the times. Really trying to ramp in a lot of chips with bottom pair and a flush draw at the final table. I'm not sure if at final table you want to really mix in check raises with this hand class.
Get a look at the intensity of Jordan here, contemplating his options, reaching for the betting disc. And going for a chunky 3.3 million. Bigger size here. And oh my.
Holler at your boy. I thought we were going to see something like that.
That's going to be the end of this hand.
That's
as
a check
the
raise.
Pair and flush draw. Dog knows. Dog knows. I don't know if he knows best, but he knows what's coming. I'll tell you that.
He knows his opponent.
I just know what I was going to be doing there, and I'm putting it in. I'm putting the gas pedal to the floor.
As
All
we hear
clutch, all gas, no brake.
that crowd in the background,
Yep.
Mikey supporters
Yes,
everywhere.
yes. Mikey does have a lot of supporters.
It's funny.
Playing for his kids.
Hey, he is.
He is.
Which is
No, he
which. Yale, the find worked. I would have loved as a bystander to see how Jordan would have responded on rivers, going that big sizing. I wonder if he had that third barrel in him. Again, when you open kind of a little too loose, a lot of those hands are the really good hands to keep bluffing with. That hand class did make sense potentially to go with it, but we'll see.
Well, if it was a club, we would have. It would have been a bad ticket.
Yeah.
And I think a club would have been one card that he would have contemplated doing that with. Because
So-
that's a bad card for his opponent. Because they can only call with a flush, I would think.
So again, I might note to Justin maybe why check raising those flushes on the turn is bad, because you really can win those big ones on those club rivers.
True.
So, and when you
Yeah.
raise all your clubs, all of a sudden you
Right.
really open yourself up to be in a bad spot.
Jordan's been card racking. He's got a real one. He's 5 of clubs in the cut. Mikey picking up yet again. He's had kings twice. This time the queens.
Mikey about to turn up the heat.
This time he's going with what appears to be a smaller size out of position. And Jordan's got solver's favorite here. Could he pounce and go with the aggro action? I mean, you really couldn't blame him at these stack depths, Vinny.
Yeah, and again, that small sizing on the small blind.
He's getting in the call. He's pricing him in.
It's pricing him in, but I think, yeah, it's, again, I think Jordan has call or raise here. Both would have made sense.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Tough flop for Mikey. There's an overcard. Jordan's got the nut flush draw, the overcard.
Do like this check from Mikey. Trying to limit the size of the pot. Your hand just okay. Snap.
Do you like him calling so quickly, Vinny?
Yeah, I don't, Justin. Just in general, want to wait a little bit. I think if you're trapping with your 9s, your 8s there, you are going to want to think about it a little bit longer.
Wow, Jordan less than pot behind with the check back. And now he's got a decision on this run out. He's just going to take the
This gives it
showdown.
up.
And
Wow.
Mikey,
Mikey's pulling in another one.
So you hear the crowd behind rooting on their guy.
Yeah, I think I would have liked Jordan to maybe find a river barrel there. That run out for the 3-bet of Mikey just from the small blind doesn't interact super well with that after the flop check call. I think we can find some there. Is our hand the best? Maybe not. But
it's just a question of whether or not Jordan thinks Mikey is unbalanced or balanced in that spot, right? He went with the small size. Is it possible that he's got, you know, the weak kings, the weaker suited kings that actually probably do want to start with check? I don't know what Jordan thought, and certainly, look, it's a difficult spot. It's never easy to play, and I mean, in terms of bluffing combos, it's you know, nut flush draw, bad, not the best,
very bad.
It's hard to find the creativity.
We can see some fireworks here.
Yep, John sub 20. He's going to go with the complete.
Like that.
For sure. And now Joey with 8s.
Ooh.
Yeah, I kind of thought John might.
And that was a snap all in?
Yeah, snap all in. Again, way different than when you mentioned his ace queen giving some time. I think it's really easy in these spots when you have a plan. This is.
Oh, he called it. Wow.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, John's contemplating.
Yeah.
That was.
I actually don't hate that by John. I mean, that's a tough call for Joey.
It's very difficult, and it's one of those spots, though, I love this in many term situations, but again, the biggest winner in this pot isn't actually Joey. It might be Todd.
86% of the equity heading to the flop.
I think
Joey remains in the lead. Only needs to fade a 4. And that will be it for John. And Joey,
game, John.
The two-time WSOP bracelet winner, dragging another one with that huge smile.
And I think that's why Joey is just, he's just a different level than a lot of people, is the way he plays that hand and makes the right call there. That's a tough call.
Yeah.
And he knows the implications on the payouts and the moving up. For that guy to do that shove when people behind him are very, very short for the pay jump, that's why Joey's just a different level. And a lot of people are going to think about.
John's going to collect $30,000 for his efforts.
Right.
Well done, sir. 6th place.
Nothing
to be sad about. That's great.
But yeah, it's again, it's one of those things you always ask yourself at a final table: if what I do in my balance strategy smart here. And again, Joey won the chips, but the biggest beneficiary from a pure money made standpoint is Todd.
Oh wow, Jordan.
Yeah, the action happened so fast, Vinny, but that was really, I mean, sick ladder for Todd there.
Sick.
Yeah.
And
note the all-in sizing from Jordan. Could be opening instead, but chooses all-in.
Raise and take it is Todd tosses the 6-4 suited into the muck correctly. Now all the ICM pressure on Jordan. And in that case, maybe he didn't really want to take a flop there, given Todd's stack of 8.1 big blinds. Jordan almost 2x Todd's stack as we consider the ICM implications. Mike Jackson with 53 big blinds in a dominating performance, but of course, Joey and Austin, two very talented players in their own right, as Austin picks up number 2 under the gun. And Jordan's going to put that queen 3 off in the muck. Just 5 players remaining. $250,000 up top in this Midsummer Classic here, live from the Shark Tank Poker Club in Columbus, Ohio. 1510 Bethel Road in conjunction with Mad River. My name's Yale Greenfield. You can find me at Live King Poker on Twitter. Here with Vinny Bonta, elite professional sports bettor. Vincent Bradley 7 at Twitter. On Twitter, excuse me.
I don't use
the dog. Dog, what's your Twitter?
G-Funk Ralph.
G-Funk Ralph.
G-Funk Ralph.
I love it. An elite name.
Much better than mine. Much better than mine.
I have a few followers.
As you should.
Mikey continuing to be hit by the deck here.
Yeah.
Let's see how he wants to play this. He's shown us multiple sizes and limps. This time it's going to be an open.
I think that's really interesting to note because of the non-pairs you might consider limping. The Queen Jack suited, the Jack 10 suited of the world might find it in there. So you really might just be fading those pocket pairs from limping, which is interesting to play. I believe Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe had a tightish open or fold in the big blind in similar configuration. No, I think
I was facing 3x that time.
That was 3x,
this time
you're right.
Just,
Thank you. Yep.
Just a
This was
2x,
2x.
fade 7 off the easy call.
Correct. Thank you, Yale. I like this.
Small bet from Mikey and quick release from Austin.
That's a nice play.
Yeah, those ones add up, and it really matters, again, what suits are in your hand. Having those backdoor hearts are really important, can lead to making Queen Jack of hearts versus Queen Jack of spades, checks versus opens. But again, those paired boards are really easy to attack because it's really hard to have a pair of in general in that sense. So great find by Mikey. I really like it.
Shout out to all the different folks that play at Mad River and the Shark Tank in the chat. We see all your comments, and we appreciate the kind words. Eric Vessels, Tate Ikata, thank you for those nice words about the club and what we are. So it's members like you guys that really make this place special. So, I'm very thankful to be surrounded by you guys.
Activity levels on the increase yet again. It's Jack 8 of spades for Joey under the gun. Staying with his aggressive strategy, attempting to put a stranglehold on the table, perhaps.
Yep. But again, still needs to be careful. Mikey has what, 7.6 more than him. He is the only player that Joey can go bust at any hand. Got to be very careful. But actually, we were talking about the first place being so much, and that can also come into effect here, where the pressure isn't as much as a typical final table.
Spade interaction between the two players. None on the flop. Quick bet and take it from Joey.
I think it was King 9-8. Did I see that right? Folded the gutter. Mikey folded the gutter. Just more of note.
A lot of people don't know this about Mr. Cowden there.
Yep.
Cowden is one hell of a barroom ping pong player. I've played a lot of ping pong in my day. Joey Cowden plays ping pong after about 20 drinks better than most people play with 0 drinks. Very good ping pong player.
Back to the chat. Jimmy Swain, what's up, buddy? Good to hear from you.
That's Big Daddy Swain driving the Escalade. What's up, Jimmy?
And again, for those who maybe are just tuning in,
Springfield's finest, Jimmy Swain.
For those tuning in, we are playing for $250,000 from a $600 buy-in. Not your typical 10K that you're playing in Vegas, your 5K. This is $600 to $250,000, a real run-up, something that all poker players kind of dream of. And these guys are living out our dream right in front of us.
Austin with a pretty one on the button.
Do you think that Joey has a good read on every player at the table now and what he needs to navigate around, as well as Austin? Do you think that when they're raising and defending, that they kind of know what they're stepping into on these situations, Mr. Bonta?
Yeah, I think poker, my short answer is I think poker is a lot more complex than having a full idea of every situation from 44 hands. What were we saying, Yo?
3.5 million in the middle is Joey's got the open ender. Austin's got bottom pair with the sucker end straight draw. How about this size here from Joey?
Is this full pot?
Indeed.
Yeah. Did flop go check?
Indeed.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, you are going to a lot of times find some checks on the river that, wow. So Austin oftentimes is going to not possess the strongest hands when he finds a check on the flop, and Joey trying to attack that.
10 million in the middle and trips for Austin in position. Joey with the air ball and unblocking one of the flush draws, the front door, which feels unlikely given Austin check back on the flop.
Correct.
So will Joey find it? No, he's going to check and seed, most likely.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty interested by this. Because of the turn pot sizing, Joey clears out a lot of 9X. And yes, it's really hard on the pair of rivers to keep bluffing. I thought another big sizing might be coming from Joey. Really great by Joey to find a check that really saved him. If I'm Joey, I think I'm finding a 3/4 to maybe even more and losing a lot more. So again, Justin, to your point, Joey has a much better read than me, who I would have lost a lot.
Wow, this is a nice bet.
Probably why I'm here and not at the table, Yale.
Yeah, I probably would have gone with the barrel there, but good read by Joey. There's also, I think you also have like the dynamics of, is he really going to call a pot size bet without something reasonably strong? That could be a hand like Ace Jack. That could be a hand like Queen 10, which may check back some. You know, hands like this, like even Queen 10 with a spade. These types of holdings, but you do see Joey considering the options. He's got that 10, but the board is paired, and he's just going to release it, wait for a better spot. I do like his turn play, and it's a sick find on the river to go for the check fold, because Vinny, you and I definitely would have shot one more in there with that combo facing that action.
I like the way Austin played that hand. I really do.
Yeah.
I think that both players played it quite well.
Yeah,
and there'd only be one winner in a hand. You can play a hand perfect and lose.
Correct.
You know, two players a lot of times play hands very well.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to take out of here, guys. Appreciate you guys coming in.
Thanks for having us,
Justin.
Justin.
Great job. No, I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it.
No problem. It's been a pleasure running this event. You know, check out our socials and our website for some new events coming up. I think we're going to get together this week and talk to Mad River and you know, maybe even do something with the Reserve, a three-way collaboration. Mad River, Shark Tank, Reserve Poker Club. Shout out to them up in Toledo, Ohio. So, you know, in the future, keep us in your radar, and thank you everybody for listening, and thank you to all the participants. You guys made this a great event, and congratulations on the final table as well as everybody that made two. No small feat, and we really appreciate everybody. So thank you guys again, and it's been fun.
Thanks, Dog. Thanks, the dog. Again, Todd here with 3.3 million. It is do or die time here at this 5.5 big mark.
Player 2 raised for 1.2. Player 3 and player 4.
Trying to get the reader going here on Todd's cards off the short stack. Jack 8 offsuit, not going to be good enough facing this under the gun open from Austin. As we move on to hand 47 of this Midsummer Classic. $600 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed, $250,000 guaranteed for first place. Only 5 combatants left.
Down in front, bud.
293 people in the Shark Tank live chat on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Dog appreciates it, no doubt.
Action from this point forward without the dog in the chat will be a lot less spicy and a lot more entertaining, a lot less entertaining. So sorry in advance for that.
Dare I say Freudian slip?
No comment.
Easy open for Joey. King Jack offsuit. One of my friends calls this Hawaii.
Why so, Yale?
Because with all the money you could save not playing this hand, you could take a lot of trips to Hawaii. I think that was like a early 2005 thing when people didn't know how good that hand was.
Yeah.
Joey adding on to his stack. I mean, if you take the KJ too far, gets you into a lot of trouble.
It
But
does.
Hawaii, an underused nickname.
Yale, have you ever had any nicknames other than the Live King?
I don't think so, to be honest. Shout out to Brandon out there for calling me the Live King. Todd's found his hand. He's going to go with it off the shorty. Easy delivery, ace-9 offsuit into the middle.
Good execution. Time to see if we can get lucky and get it through. Or maybe an ace-8 call-off.
Jack-6 for Mikey. Just a tick over 5 bigs. What do you think here, Vinny? Feels like a pass.
It's a pass. Yeah, these high-low, like at certain points you are getting a really good price, which is nice, but...
What's your threshold here, big blind-wise, with the Jack-6 off?
It's a great question off this 7 big blind. I mean, the thing about it that's really interesting is Mikey as the chip leader is actually a little incentivized to keep Todd in the tournament. Because again, Mikey gets to keep opening into Todd, and now he has Todd and Jordan, who they're almost handcuffed to a certain degree, Yale, where Jordan can't play hands until Todd busts. If Jordan ever plays a hand, now Todd can't play. And Mikey gets a lot of dynamics where he gets free chips keeping both these guys in. So it actually might be tighter than you would think. Honestly, tighter than you might even call off in like a regular tournament in level 1 or 2, for example, for the exact same play.
Mikey Jackson, Austin Fowler, Joey Cowden, way ahead of the field, 51-50 and 43 big blinds respectively. Jordan and Todd on the short stack, battling for the ladder here.
It's really interesting. Will they play for it? Again, there is 250 to first and 100 and some change for second. I don't know the exact amount. The pay jump is quite large, where there is a lot of chances you see deals being made. I know I would deal with people who I deem as not as good as myself just because of the variance. It's a really, really awkward, tricky spot when you're playing for this much money and it's still poker.
Just a tick over a click from Mikey here with the Queen 10 suited. Not really sure how Joey takes that sizing, but 2 4s, an easy call, and we're off to 9-6 deuce, all hearts. Neither player holding one. Mikey gonna go with the C bet, putting Joey in the tough spot. Pocket 4s, no heart.
Yeah, probably can just let this go. I think it's your Joey. The non-heart really makes us uncomfortable. This could be some live read stuff here from Joey of understanding Mikey's position, but
It's gonna take a low equity hand and turn it into a bluff, countering the small open sizing from Mikey and the relatively small flop sizing. 3.4 million, he goes Vinny, 2.1 back to Mikey. This is an interesting find.
It makes a lot of sense. Great execution by Joey. Again, my first instinct was just a clean fold. And again, because of the awkwardness of, yeah, you have 4s, yeah, your opponent misses and doesn't have a lot of pairs, but they probably have a heart a lot of the time, even though they didn't have it there, and all turns are really bad for your hand. Joey's saying, hey, I'm going to take my pair equity and make you call with your hearts. I really like the find. Really interesting hand that I would not have found. Well done by Joey.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder if there's an element, too, of kind of using a sizing like that, Vinny, where you expect population, or Mikey specifically, to under 3-bet, like to under flop 3-bet. So maybe Joey gets to use that relatively tiny size into, you know, a pot that isn't that tiny given the circumstances. Of course, the 2 big stacks don't necessarily want to tango hard, which makes it all the more interesting. But like you said, really good find by Joey, as him, Austin, and Mike are tightly grouped at the top. Jordan looking to wear down Todd in theory.
Yeah, I'm going to be thinking about that hand for a lot longer. That's a really fun one to think through.
And there's the all-in from Jordan, not respecting the ICM in my opinion. What do you think, Vinny, with the ace-deuce off?
It's the same thing that we've talked about for really since we've logged on here, that we don't foresee Jordan being very ICM conscious, wanting to play for the 250,000. And again, this is a spot Jordan made 1.5 million chips. Yale, we fold and lose and are about to pay the big blind. But again, it gets really hairy where it's just really easy for Austin, Mikey, and Joey to wake up and have a hand to call. And where I would not have done that, again, this is Jordan getting 1.5 million chips that I would not have found, which you guys are seeing the theme. These guys are here. I'm not. They keep picking up chips in spots I would lose chips. So maybe you're wondering, why is this dude talking?
A little bit of clearance for Jordan. He's now got 12 bigs versus Todd's 5.6. So given that it did get through, huge pickup. Mikey card racking this final table. Pocket queens for the second time in short order.
I just like Mikey's vibe. Gosh, he's a really easy guy to root for.
1.3 million yet again. And Jordan with the 6-4 off in a relatively short stack here, Vinny. Yeah, feels a little bit light, I guess is what I'm gathering from your reaction.
Yeah, this is another spot by Jordan that we keep going back to. A little thin for my liking. And what do you do here? You have bottom pair. Do you call one? You're going to face a bet a lot of the time. Those chips, each blind matters so much. You call one C-bet and all of a sudden you and Todd are tied when you did have a 4 million advantage.
2 million into 3.5 from Mikey, putting Jordan into a tricky spot. You can almost see it in his reaction there.
I would have liked a tad smaller by Mikey, but still good. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing, sometimes you don't see the downside of too loose of a call in real time, but we did there, and now you kind of see it.
Well, we got Tate in the chat countering our genius takes. He says, I think it might not be as bad to jam A2 because of how tight Todd has been in the blind specifically. Yeah. I guess it kind of depends on how much they can see, right? Like, we can see all this and we don't know what's being relayed to them, but certainly maybe Jordan has the intuit there, or maybe he's just shooting it. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's close. It's I would say Todd's call-off range is probably not even the biggest issue there, as much as just 4 uncapped ranges waking up with it and being able to fold to it.
That was kind of more what I was thinking as well.
But again, very interesting.
Offsuit broadways for Mikey. He is going to keep on putting the discs in the middle, staying with that 1.3 sizing. Austin with what is likely the standard defend. Couple of big stacks going at it. Let's see how much defense they play against each other on this ace 9-3 rainbow. Pretty good flop for the pre-flop razor, Vinny.
Yep, and another great execution by Mikey here. And again, I've really liked a lot of ways Mikey has played some of these hands. You can tell he's very comfortable. He's not afraid to take spots, put some pressure on. And again, it's just a very clean execution by Mikey to bet his entire range. Again, typically in situations when you bet smaller, that means you want to bet with a bigger percentage of your hands. And we're seeing Mikey excel at that and do quite well, picking up a lot of chips.
I would never, I would never partner with a dealer. The tag team champion. Mikey, you're a big one. She and Annie have had 100 of them. I finished second twice to Annie. No. How you finished second twice?
We had somebody in chat asking about the payout list. Fifth is 42,000, fourth 55,000, third 75,000, second 109,000, first $250,000. Everybody's passed to Austin.
I would have been interested to see if Jordan did have another cuspy hand like the ace deuce off in the button into two big stacks. If he would have chosen the same jam now that he's shorter, that would have been really good insight into how Jordan views these spots, or if what Tate said is true of wanting to attack the tight call off by Todd in the big blind. Which is actually quite interesting because Todd, when getting jammed on by the second shortest stack, really shouldn't be calling that tight considering he doesn't have much to lose. Again, he's expected to bust here. Has a little bit more freedom than Jordan should.
Nice little overhead look here at all the players, including the dealer, Andrew Kennedy. Scratch golfer extraordinaire. Todd, king 5 off under the gun on a short stack, and he is going to go with this, Vinny. Just a touch over 5 big blinds, looking to fade anybody who might pick up behind. And Austin's got a decision with the deuces and versus Todd, and what we've seen, at least whole cards up for us.
This seems like a pretty good fold to me. You saw 2 people to act behind you. Deuces don't really play super well, but he's going with it. Okay. Yeah, so, what do you think of this King 5-0 under the gun all in for 5 bigs here by Todd?
I think it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Been a minute since I've looked at the old 5 big blind charts, but nonetheless, I think going with the king and 5 bigs is fine. As these 2 players are off to the races. Advantage Austin with 59%.
Good luck to Todd in a very big spot. Yep, there it is.
5 and no, but a deuce after the 5 appears in the window. This is going to be all for Todd. He battled valiantly, but comes up a little bit short of his goal of first place as he goes around the table and shakes the hands of the other players. Well done, Todd, as Mikey and Jordan congratulate themselves on the ladder, the exciting ladder of tournament poker, a $42,000 exit for Todd.
And again, that's 13,000 Jordan picked up because of someone else busting. So again, the deuces call off. The person who's happiest in the world about that was Jordan and his kids.
Todd going to take home that 42 G's to his wife and 18-month-old kid in Brownstown Township, Michigan.
Okay.
I don't know where that is, but I'm sure it's lovely.
Do you think Jordan's going to give Austin a thank you card for the vacation for his kids now for that extra 13,000? Do you think Jordan will give anything to Austin? Oh.
I think a call from Jordan.
Yeah, it's just, a small blind all in from Joey. Pretty standard call off here by Jordan with a pair. Really hard to have a pair. This is fun.
Couple of standard plays as Jordan moves across the table. Breathe right strip in hand, trying to summon the deuce.
Good so far.
5 of clubs, changing nothing. Can Jordan get the double? Yes.
Come on, let's go.
As pleasantries are exchanged in a celebration from Jordan. I mean, interesting meta. He gives him the dap and then just kind of just throws up and yells to the crowd.
It's always easier to have that when you are all in for 5, 6, 7 blinds. Often with myself at the table, my biggest reactions are when I get the big blind to fold or the more inconsequential pots. A little bit more awkward when you knock someone off for a pay jump and you're yelling in their face. That seems all in good fun to me.
Matthew Bartle's in the chat. Who can do more push-ups, Vinny or Yale? Well, I think we just got to go by age and height, dexterity. There's only one college athlete in this twosome, and it is
in all
not
fairness,
the 5'6" guy.
In all fairness, I was a college athlete for about.
Well, how many push-ups can
weeks.
you do right now?
Well, so it's interesting you say that. I've actually been doing a 100 push-up a day challenge we talked about.
God. How many can you do in a row, bro?
I think I'm at 28 is my best.
Yeah, you're better than me.
Yeah.
I'm clipping in at about 17 right now, and sadly, I've actually been working out, so something isn't working. It's probably the excessive food intake. Regardless, Jordan, ace-8 suited in the small blind.
Talk about someone who could definitely do more push-ups than us and Jordan. I like Jordan against maybe both of us combined.
It appears it was a complete and then a raise with the 10-3 off by Austin, which I will let you talk about in 1 second, and then a rejam by Jordan with that ace-8 all in, and the quick release, of course, from the 10-3 offsuit. Vinny, when you look at the 10-3 off and other assorted combos, how do you feel about using those as bluff raises facing small blind complete?
Yeah, it makes a lot of logical sense. Yes, you wish the 10 was maybe a pip higher and a jack, maybe 2 and the queen. Using those big littles are really good combos. Our 3 is so bad to have where, for example, when our opponent limps there, he's going to have a lot of jack 10, 10-9, 10-8 suited, 10-7 suited, so on, where when we get these 10 high boards, we're going to do pretty poorly, where we can clear out a lot of better 10x by raising, even some jack queen x that's really comfortable. It's a really good combo to use that I like a lot. So, yes, Jordan had it there, but in general, I think pretty clean by Austin execution-wise. That did not work out here.
10-7 suited for Austin in the small blind. Certainly a hand to consider some involvement.
But I also didn't know, I would like to say Jordan did execute well. Again, when you know your opponent's going to be raising a lot as the chip leader, using those cuspy hands as limp jams, I think is really clean, great execution by him. I feel like I've been dogging on Jordan a little bit recently, but I think that was very well played.
Nice flop for Mikey. He's got the world beater. Bottom pair and a 4 flush. It's a shame for him that Austin's whiffed this so hard after the complete. He's going to win a small one. Vinny, if you had to rank your favorite sports to bet, let's go. Let me give you multiple choice.
Well, first of all, the hot dog eating contest, Nathan's, was my by far favorite. So that's number one. We'll let you get to your question.
This guy's a sicko. We'll come back to it after the hot dog eating contest.
Did you know there were dense buns this year, Yale?
I actually heard that from you, from you specifically. Mikey with the decision from the small blind, facing the open from Jordan. Of course, it's really a cutoff range open. Even though we say it's under the gun, in theory, that's going to be cut off four-handed. Another pretty small 3-bet from Mikey. It's just a little, it's like a click. It's basically a click, right?
Yeah, what is it? It's 700,000, a little bit more, because I think you can go as low as, what, 2.3. So basically, I don't love the click sizing when out of position. It gives Jordan really good prices to call. 8s really would rather just clear a lot of stuff out.
Pretty good flop for Jordan, checking back the open-ender after the 2-8 check, and oh my God, disaster for Mikey on the turn. This can only really end one way, and that's likely with a Jordan double.
Yeah, I think you're going to see I was debating if like the 7 or 10 of clubs comes on the river, if Mike can get away. I don't really foresee it. And again, you're seeing the really dangerous side of letting people in at a good price when out of position.
Mikey just calls Brick River. Will he find the lead here, possibly? Or will he think Jordan's bluffing? I just can't see how the chips don't get in the middle one way or another.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought he might lead, and he's reaching for the betting chips. Will Jordan Hollywood or act quickly as he's been prone to do?
He's almost smiling. Do you see this smile?
This guy's unreal.
It's almost like he wanted to smile there. Yeah. Come on, let's see the reaction. There's the reaction. Joey's loving it.
Was that Joey who said that?
Joey can't help himself. No, he's just loving.
I think the guy might get up and take a bow. The adulation from the crowd.
If anyone in the chat wants it, I will offer plus 800 on a Jordan Final Table shirt ripoff when he wins. If he wins, I think we might see the shirt get ripped off
What's
in
the
celebration. Price? Maybe plus 800, maybe plus 1,000. I'm not sure. I'm going to try to make the line in real time.
I mean, you got to find. Bartles is out there in the chat. He likes to gamble on dumb stuff.
I think all of us can see a pretty clear world where Jordan's shirt is ripped off in celebration. I think that's in realm. Maybe my price is a little poor, but back to the sports betting. What was your hypothetical you're going to ask me about? What sports I bet? My favorite
sports I bet. So of the things you've told me, let's get a look back at these chip counts.
It probably matters a little bit more.
So Austin Fowler on the lead, 52 big blinds. Jordan, who was possibly nearly could have been eliminated, jamming that ace deuce off the shorty, finding all the folds up to 42 bigs. Joey Cowden at 36, and Mike Jackson, who was a chip leader briefly, down to 33. It's a tight pack, it's deep, and that means we're going to get a lot of interesting poker play, most likely. Blinds at 3 and 600,000, everybody over 30 bigs. It's been a really pleasurable final table from a viewer's perspective.
We still haven't had a break yet either. I don't know when that's coming up, but this has been a long. Maybe it's just because I'm not used to commentating. But
dude, Bartles wants to know. It's plus 800
well,
to rip off the shirt?
Well, so I'm going to retroactively, I'm going to do what Vegas does a lot. And usually when they offer a bad line, they retract the bet. So I'm going to do the same since I've been on the wrong side of that one too many times.
Joey completing king high, and that's... Is that the suited Robbie? Was that Jack 4 or Jack 3? I can't even... It's Jack 4. Suited Robbie.
I've wanted to blot that hand out for quite some time. I'm going to take your word for it. I think it was the Jack 3. It was a Jack 4. I'm very happy I'm in a state of life where I can't recall exactly if it was a Jack 3 or a Jack 4.
Quick check on the turn. Nobody improves on this river. He who stabs first likely to win. And nobody's going to try. That's going to small pot Joey's way. Back to the sports betting, I suppose. Seems like a opportune time to talk about it.
Good hand to take the load off.
Is your favorite sport to bet NFL, college football, college basketball, or WNBA?
Man, I was really sad you didn't say the big three because of late that's been my favorite endeavor. I think because I still think NFL is the one I bet the least in terms of number of bets. I bet way more on WNBA, but NFL is still the most fun because I know all the players. Knowing the amounts I bet on things that I don't know is always kind of weird. So I would say the NFL still, but big three is number one it has my heart right now. Must watch.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube runs it. If you want to see Corey Brewer, you want to see Dwight Howard still huffing and puffing. Lance Stevenson hit a big bet for me recently. Those are
all right,
those
enough
are the
for
days.
the big three because we got a real hand. Pocket jacks opening under the gun, and Jordan finding the 3-bet on his newly acquired big stack, and he gets 4-bet jammed on. Ace-8 off. This is going to be a Hollywood from Jordan, but he's got his hand in the cookie jar this time, a little too deep, as he has had off and on.
Surrender. Player 1 folds.
Yeah, again, I like the hand combo by Jordan. I love Mikey's both decision points felt pretty clean there. And again, I think is when you start seeing the benefits of opening everything to the same sizing where players don't exactly know, like maybe if Mikey chooses that 3x he chose earlier, Jordan doesn't find the 3-bet there, think he's too strong. So I think good rein in for Mikey to be back to that consistent sizing. I think one of a nice pot there.
322 guests in the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us here at Shark Tank Poker Club Midsummer Classic. $1 million guarantee with 4 players remaining. Chip leader is Austin in view, with the King 7 suited, completing. Flops miss both players, but Austin improves on the turn. Stays with the check, trying to induce.
Makes a lot of sense. I like this a lot.
And clearly the best hand here, but I think he might stay with the check here again, Vinny. I don't know. Mikey's not really representing much.
No, I mean, it is nice to target the 4x, 5x, of course. But yeah, this is a really tricky spot. I mean, it's really hard to know. But yeah, I think betting seems fine. Checking also seems fine. Probably doing both at some frequency.
Jason Fisher in chat talking a little sports betting. Sucks not being able to prop bet college football in Ohio. Yeah, I think they yanked all the college sports, right, Vinny?
Yes, I do have a story that maybe my worst sports bet of my life, Travis Hunter, was a prop bet that I wish it was illegal about a year prior. I bet a lot on his unders in his first game as a receiver, under 40 yards. He went for over 100 and got it by the first quarter. So I wish that law came in effect about a year prior. But yeah, misbetting those college props. It's a very fun market.
Mikey gonna pass the J6, and Joey earning a tiny one without any resistance.
Yeah, it's interesting. Austin has such a chip lead to this point, but it's still tight enough where, again, you lose one all-in to Jordan, and now you're in dead last. Those chip leads where you can afford to double multiple people up and still have a sizable lead are typically where you really see the throttle being pushed in a lot of spots. Austin can still be the aggressor in many spots, as we see the ace-3 open from under the gun, but it's not to the extent where we're going to get really uncomfortable.
Easy 3-bet from Joey. Note the size, 4.4 million versus the other big stack of Austin. Feels like there's not a ton to think about here, but Austin in small or maybe not small contemplation.
We have seen Austin leave the table for multiple hands for bathroom break. We know break is coming up. He might be trying to stall to get to that bathroom break here coming up. Do we have? Yeah, we are on break. Oh, wait. No, we do have one hand, and Mikey said, I don't care about the one more hand. I'm going to the bathroom.
1 minute.
Maybe we get to, hopefully we get in the reader what Mikey would have had. It's always fun to see the hypothetical. Come on, show it, Andrew.
I don't know if he can reach that far, bro.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we don't get to see. Pretty silly game when you think about it, the butterfly effect that one person going to the bathroom or not can have on hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pretty dark place when you go there, Yale.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, I think I believe in butterfly effect, but I'm relatively unstudied in such topics.
Yeah,
I tend to believe in nothing. That's kind of my rule of life.
It is.
I wouldn't say it served me well, but it's a philosophy.
I think I agree that I don't believe in the butterfly effect, but it's fun to see it play out. All right, that should be the last hand.
Yep.
Heading to break here. We've got Austin Fowler in the chip lead with 28.5 million. Joey Cowden, 26.7, closely behind. Michael Jackson in the hunt on their tail with 23.65, and Jordan not far behind himself with 17.9 million. We'll catch you after the break. Welcome back. 15-minute break. Certainly welcomed for Vinny and I. Got to look at chip counts once again. Austin 28.5, Joey 26.7, Mikey Jackson 23.6, and Jordan, big PLO Jordan 17.9.
Yeah, this is a big talking point for Yale myself that we are unaware of is what type of deal making, if any, was made at that break.
I'm just going to assume none, bro.
I'm going to assume none, too. I think both of us speculated. We don't think Joey and Jordan are going to be making those. But, man,
I think we would know if there were any. So
also, only 65 hands. I feel like we've seen about 200 with how much action's been happening. These have been some big ones.
You're just not used to the commentating streets. It's a grind out here.
Dude, I can feel it.
Jordan and Mikey heading to the flop. Jordan maintaining the lead as Mikey whiffs.
Yep.
Quarter pot and a snap from Mikey.
Jordan just threw up. And he's back.
Card heavily favoring the range of the pre-flop raiser, and Jordan with a bit of an in-between spot here with his exact hand, Vinny, ace-4.
Yeah, it's one of those really awkward ideas where you want to bet a lot, so you naturally kind of want to bet smaller, but also there's some diamond draws, there's a lot of straight draws that you don't want to give a good price to call. I'm not sure if we saw this sizing there. 3.8, the half pot. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of intuitive sense. Cannot check back aces. Like a lot of those weak ace-X, we like to check back a lot. That is not a spot. Checking back really, I think in this term structure means a lot to get free equity.
If you're just joining us post-break, four-handed here, $1 million guaranteed Midsummer Classic. Shark Tank Poker Club, Columbus, Ohio, 1510 Bethel Road in the beautiful Bethel Plaza, home of many fine restaurants and one of the best poker clubs in the United States, partnering with Mad River Poker Club in Dayton, a powerhouse in its own right, getting huge tournaments. I don't know if the secret's out, but we did get over $1 million in this pool, just barely. Austin reaching, the Queen 4 suited.
Trying to do math real quick. What is this, about 25? It's about 25 big blind jam.
All in from Mikey. Little jam and take it. Sporting that Angels cap. Maybe an Ohtani fan.
Yeah, Ohtani might actually enjoy our stream. In all fairness, Ohtani might enjoy this stream.
He's Dodgers now,
He is
right?
Dodgers, but he also
yeah.
likes some gambling. So who knows? There's a chance of the 300 of you.
Loves to gamble.
Shohei, if you're watching, I'll take it last longer with people. Or should we say, allegedly, he likes gambling?
Shout out to Sarah in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dog came in here and did his thing. He's got a nice little fit on today, too. He's looking good. Whole staff is. Joey out in front on 8-8-3.
Yeah, that is a... It's a pretty strong hand to put into that limb small blind range. It's an interesting one. Yeah. So these spots, as oftentimes you hear me struggling to come up with the right thing to say, these blind versus blind spots are so tricky. There are so many hands, there are so many flops that playing these spots gets super awkward, super difficult, where you should be betting some sizes at some percentage that, for those who are not as studied like myself and Yale in the streets, get really murky, and especially when I take a long break from poker, I really struggle when I play these hands. Feel like I'm losing a lot of equity when I have been away from the game for a while.
King 5 suited pass from cut for Mikey. That gives clearance to Joey to easily open this Jack 9 suited. Jordan with a fun one coming along. 8-7 suited in the small blind.
How deep are we right now? We are 18, sub 20.
Just a tick.
Yes, just a tick below sub 20.
Just a tick over 20.
Over 60. Oh, yeah. Sorry, 25 I meant. My bad. Over 20.
Open-ended for Joey and a big whiff for Jordan. Ryan Calb in the chat, been active. Peel, what are you drinking? Can you take a picture of it and put it in this YouTube chat, dude? Karam, looking for your expertise. Cap the 4 players to win, Vinny. Live odds for the 4 right now. That's fun. We got 38 bigs for Joey, 30 for Austin, 29 for Michael Jackson, and 23 for Jordan.
So what? We'll try to offer as little juice as possible. So everyone should be 400 at baseline. So right, no, or 300. No, 300, I believe. Sorry, misspoke there. We'll give Karam. I'll give you Joey at plus. Oh.
You better hurry, dude. There's action.
Well, yeah.
Going.
Well, we need to wait for in between hands. Let me think about it real quick, Karam.
Ace 5 off, clean looking open, and Mikey discards the Queen 9 off in the big blind.
Yeah, this again, we're seeing a lot of. Man, so these spots are really interesting. How often, Yale, do you actually play 4-handed poker? It's not often. And I think what you're seeing is a lot of spots that you myself are uncomfortable with, as well as these players, when they're not oftentimes for this amount of money. Think about this. You are uncomfortably playing a poker style or format that you never play for the biggest spot of your life. It's really awkward and really tough. So I can see that happening, and it gets really dicey for sure.
Yeah, certainly. And if that's the case, it got to feel like advantage Joey, given his experience.
Correct.
People are going to pass some of these spots, but poker's a mysterious game with a lot of variance. Anything can happen. As the poker gods lay another nice one into the hands of Jordan. Queen Jack of Hearts.
Yep.
A little bit of interaction between the two, sharing the Jack. Jack 10 of clubs for Joey. Easy call. Both players with a piece. It's gut shot for Jordan, but royal draw for Joey. On an ace-king high board, Vinny, clearly favoring the pre-flop raiser.
Correct. And I think because of that, you're only obviously going to see calls here from Joey. Don't really want to blow up your equity too much raising when you don't have ace-king, you don't have aces, you don't have kings. Especially when Joey is the chip leader, he's able to, probably going to trap a little bit less in general, so can't really find any raises here like this from Joey. But it is getting a little dicey for sure on these turns, depending on what it is.
Joey agrees with Vinny, going with the call. It's a brick turn. Will Jordan continue to pile in the chips on a board that majorly favors him?
We really love a big bet here from Jordan. Makes a lot of intuitive sense.
17.3 million behind, 7.2 million in the middle. Joey with the intense stare and a check back from Jordan. To the river we go. And that is not the most fun card for Jordan. He pairs up. Joey makes a straight. Check, check. And naturally, the nuts are going to take this one down. I personally think Joey's check is probably pretty good. Like, Jordan's supposed to be splitting there a fair bit with, like, ace X-type hands. Maybe he finds some bluffs. I don't know.
King Queen very much in range. King Queen makes a lot of intuitive sense there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a go back and forth. It's tough because the best hands Jordan probably shouldn't have, but Jordan can also go pretty thin with his worst ace-X there for river that would check turn. Like an ace-3 and ace-4 would probably check turn, then want to go thin for value there.
Peel has revealed he's drinking Buffalo Trace.
Gosh, that's a great. Yo, you ever done a bourbon trail or any of those in Louisville?
No, I had to quit Brown.
I had.
I had a long-term love affair with Glenlivet and had to eliminate that from my repertoire.
Right now, Angel's Envy Rye is my bourbon of choice that I love.
There we go. Couple of hands here. Mikey is opened.
See, this is a really interesting spot that's really tough to navigate for Joey. You have Mikey, who has shown that he's going to be opening a little less wide. You have a hand that clearly wants to 3-bet it in, but man, is it gross. Oh, he selects to rip it.
Yeah, it looks like just under 30 effective, maybe 27 or so. Well, I might be doing that math wrong.
No, well, it's the 1921, so it's about 21 after the open.
Nonetheless, King 10 cannot continue. Yeah, it was about 25 bigs effective there from Joey.
So it's it's always a really awkward spot because, again, Joey does have a significant lead, and that's a good spot to imply it. But man, is it pretty gross when you get 4-bet ripped on, and
well, when you look,
you just find the fold. But
it depends on how you think Mikey's going to react, right? The pressure clearly on Mikey there with Jordan slightly shorter.
Correct.
And a $20,000 pay jump from 4th to 3rd, not insignificant.
Correct. And yeah, and I think again, executed well. Prefer that over calling. That I think a lot of people would like to naturally do with such a pretty hand, but applying the pressure like Joey's doing seems quite good.
Mystery open, 2 million from Mikey. Not quite picked up by the reader just yet. Raise and take it. Off to hand 73. Couple of hands with overlapping tendencies. King Jack of Diamonds, min open, and Austin gonna flick in the call with Queen 10 suited from the small blind. Feels pretty standard. Mikey coming along in the three-way with 10-6 as well. Haven't had a lot of three-way confrontations. Nope. Everybody whiffs. Clearly a flop that favors Joey's range.
Nice execution and pickup by Joey there. Yeah, the Austin small blind spot, it's always so awkward and tough to play those small blind positions where you're cold calling and electing to play the entire hand out of position. It's good, but man, do you want to try to avoid that as much as possible, especially against Joey, who will be executing at a pretty high level flop, as we just saw there. But overall, all actions seem pretty good, pretty clean.
Advantage Joey extending his lead by 2x from the next closest competitor. Perhaps experience showing itself.
I think what's really interesting here, you should see Joey. I mean, if we were to get down to that 15, 16 blind, you honestly could even get away with it now. You could see Joey elect to have a massive all-in range when he's in any position, because it is so terrible to be calling off here as any of the three players left. Calling off for your tournament life for fourth. Again, right now, losing chips is way worse than how good it is to make chips. So again, you can be going all in quite wide here as Joey to really apply the pressure to be picking up every single hand 2 million chips, and calling off is pretty light. So again, if Joey wanted to execute that, it is definitely very good. So
Mikey going with the 10-8 offsuit raise. Feels ever so slightly out of character, but nonetheless an option here. And top pair for Joey, a gut shot from Mikey. Mikey's the pre-flop raiser, certainly trying to say that he's got a lot of very strong aces in hand, which Joey is forced to respect by just calling. 9.8 chips in the middle, 9.8 million chips in the middle, excuse me. And a gut shot becomes open-ended for Mikey. He's going to keep on barreling, and I think this is pretty good, Vinny. What do you think?
Yeah, picking up equity is really great. It's really nice when barreling when you aren't going to be met with a all-in from your opponent is really clean. Joey really shouldn't have many jams here. If I saw the action correct, can you recap me real quick? I believe it went raise, call, bet, call. Yeah, I think, yeah. Joey really can't find many jams in this line. And again, like, when you understand who you are, I don't think Mikey's going to be barreling that often.
Well, let's frame it a different way here. Weak top pair for Joey. Mikey has bet off 6 million, leaving only 8.6 million behind. Should Joey put in the call, that would put in 21.8 million into the pot, Vinny, with only 8.65 behind. So Joey's really kind of saying, I'm not suggesting that he should raise, but as you see him contemplate here, he's got to be asking himself, well, if I call here, am I going to call off for less than 0.5 SPR on rivers? And, you know, you'd certainly have to think yes as you see Joey staring him down. It kind of feels like a turn decision, which, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense that Joey's taking his time, and he's let it go here.
Really well done by Mikey there. Really well done.
Yeah, and I really can't blame Joey. Of course, we can see the whole cards up, but while it wasn't an all-in sizing from Mikey, it's hard to think in Joey's shoes that much anything else has been coming.
Yeah, they were a little bit tighter than I thought. I was trying to catch up in the hand. But yeah, I think, man, for Mikey...
Well, let me ask you this. Let me cut you off. If you're in Joey's shoes...
I think fold's really good.
Right. I mean, and you've seen what you've seen in terms of aggression, and who knows, you never know what's being relayed regarding, like, some of the play on stream. Of course, not every single hand, but, like, you know, maybe a little bit on break of, like, hey, this guy's playing, you know, a little tighter in some spots around the edges or things like that. And like you said, I think good execution by Mikey, and I certainly can't blame Joey for what he did.
Yeah, I think it's a clean full by Joey, and maybe against a, yeah, just overall really good play. I think both played the hand fairly well. Like this defend by Jordan. Yeah, you're going to see these suited hands probably, if you're looking at this and thinking, man, this is a little too loose, the suited hands really are very nice to defend in these spots, even better than the offsuit, higher, more connected cards. Flush cards, really good, really nice to make a flush.
Nice interaction for Austin here. Over card and some back doors. Jordan releases, and Austin continues to be met with little resistance in most of the pots he enters.
Dooley talking about a famous quote by one of his good friends that the player's triple barrel, it's always a bluff. Yeah, that's a heuristic that some people here in Columbus believe. Do I believe that? There's some validity. I wouldn't say it's always the case, but yes, that is definitely the case at some points, Dooley.
Yeah, a lot of contemplation in the chat about that hand, understandably. But look, it's easy when you can see the whole cards up. Much harder when you're in there. I can't fault Joey at all. I think he's played great, and yeah, nobody's going to get every single play correct, regardless.
Yep, that's a clean execution here by Jordan.
All in, and frankly, not much to think about here with the Queen 6 in Austin's shoes.
Again, I mentioned it earlier of Joey being able to potentially go way more aggressive. Again, that hand he lost to Mikey, you don't just lose the chips in that particular hand. You lose a lot of ability moving forward to really play aggressive, pick up those 2 million in blinds every single form. Now at that 13 big blind mark, way tighter, have to rein in it a little bit. It's really awkward because Fowler and Mikey are the people he really wants to exert pressure to, not Jordan, but sadly Jordan's to his left. So it's not I know it's a very nuanced thing. It's not the best chip separation for Joey, but wow, did he say all in?
No, it's an open to 1.8 for Jordan on the button, Jack 10 off. Not going to get any resistance this time as raggedy hands find the muck. On to hand 78.
Clearly lip reading is not a profession I should go into. I thought I saw all in.
Yeah, bro, you're going to have to stick to sports betting and cat coins.
No kidding. What'd you say there?
Cat coins, bro.
I'm just in the dog coin street. That's the only
Dude,
coin I care about.
It's a cat coin renaissance out there if you're in the crypto streets.
Yeah, 2024 was the year of the dog. 2023 year of the dog. It's now the year of the cat, baby.
Pop cat.
If anyone's in the crypto streets, shout out your favorite crypto in the chat. Maybe you can get some friends to join with you. Starting to believe I might have a gambling problem, with how much gambling I'm talking about. Kind of all I talk about. I might need to find some new hobbies.
Nah, you're good. 1.7 here from Austin on the button, ace-5 offsuit, and certainly Joey knows the defending ranges properly. Easy call with 5-2 suited. Unfortunately for Joey, a 5 hits the flop. Neither player wanting to put in any money just yet. Ooh. And the deuce for Joey.
But I think a really small thing that is really good by Austin here is checking back this flop that's not necessarily great for him. He's minimizing the size of the pot by having one less street to bet, where he might go call, or bet call, or whatever, but the pot's going to be smaller now by starting with a check instead of a bet.
Joey went with the bigger side of things here with his 2-pair.
Yeah, this is simply too strong.
Yeah, 3.45, and it's a easy continue for Austin, given the ace-5 check back on the flop.
Yep. Have a 3 to a straight, and just can't be folding pairs to Joey.
Certainly a river that could give Austin question. Does he want to continue to put in more money? Because certainly Joey Cowden is going to go for value.
Yeah, these are the spots that are really gross when you play poker. You're playing a very capable opponent who can find bluffs with the 9-10s, the Jack-10s. Again, there's a lot of hands that Joey has here in the big blind defense. This really sucks.
$7.3 million into 11.5, and Vinny, when you are in Austin shoes thinking about the potential bluffs, that 2 of spades on the turn and the way it interacts with a big blind defending range facing a button open, certainly plenty of hands with 3s and spades involved where Joey might take a queen river and turn it into a bluff, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many spades that Joey has. He has some definite overs. I mean, again, this is the issue when you do check back flop, which is still good, is that Joey retains his entire range, which is good and bad. It means his 6-3 offsuits are still in there. It means his pocket deuces, but he also has 9-10, Jack-10.
As far as calling combos goes, ace, club, 5, diamond specifically.
Feels good.
Yeah, it
feels really good.
Pretty nice bluff.
I think I sadly call it off
pretty
here.
Nice bluff catcher.
Yeah, I think this is just a poker hand. Yeah, this hand I think is just too good to call here for Austin.
And the pain on Austin's face and the celebration from Joey Cowden's rail. The 2-time WSOP bracelet champion extending his lead on this field here in Columbus, Ohio. Beaming with happiness in a 60 big blind stack. Now 2x bigger once again than the nearest stack of Michael Jackson at 28 big blinds. Jordan Moisey still fighting with 21 bigs. Austin just 11 bigs. After that hero call down, tough for Austin. You got to wonder how many people really bluff in those spots, but if there was somebody in the field who might, it's certainly Joey. He's not going to be scared money. So
yeah, I think when you're watching that hand at home and you're trying to learn poker, ask yourself, if you don't call with ace-5 there, what do you call with? That, again, starts the flop with a check. Don't really have many queen X that checks the flop and then calls a big bet on the turn. So then you have to reverse engineer it of, if I don't have a queen, how many 8s do I have? I kind of want to bet a lot of 8s on the flop. So it's really awkward and really unfortunate spot for Austin that now puts him clearly in 4th. And now Joey, pedal to the metal, probably should be finding all in here pretty cleanly. Yeah.
Yeah, and he does. All in. This is going to garner. He hasn't checked his hand, even though he put it in the reader, and that is going to bring a call from Jordan. 52% for Joey, the slight lead.
And again, the big winners here, Austin and Mikey, because they are potentially getting a free pay jump.
Big pot, 32.2 million in the middle, and a king high flop. Jordan in celebration. Dare I say too early with 2 to come. Jack, brick, and a 9 will secure Jordan the 33 million in change. And celebration for all of you out there who are rooting for Jordan. Joey with the short-lived huge lead on the field. And this makes for some interesting poker yet to be continued to be played as the stacks are tighter.
Casually probably flipping for what, 50, 60K, 70K in equity there? Quite a big equity flip there, just former tournament poker.
Matthew Bartles saying that Jordan summoning the breathe right. Getting him victory in this flip. Opens up that brain to take in extra oxygen.
Man.
Snap off with the ace king.
We aren't going to talk about that in tournament poker. Jordan could classify, what is the ruling if you show your cards like that in a sweat formation? In cash games, it's a lot more appropriate than tournaments, even though I don't really care. But
yeah, that's niche shit, Vinny. We're not going there.
Trust me, I don't care. Just something to think about. Probably don't. Just be careful showing your cards if you want to do what Jordan just did.
Yeah, it used to be, you know, eat good, feel good, play good. Now it's breathe good, play good.
Breathe good,
I
play
think
good.
that,
Breathe good, play good.
That's what Eric Vessels is effectively saying
like
in the chat. There's another look at the payouts. Jordan fading the 55K and trying to make his charge towards the 250,000 first place. Disappointing for Joey, but he's got plenty and has played really well at this final table. All these players have. I'm been pleasantly surprised with the level of play.
I think all four of these players have had moments where they've really shown their poker acumen, executing very well. And again, for three of them, the biggest spot of their life. What do we have here? I like this by Jordan. Yeah, seems good. Just also of note, Mikey, with the ace-5-0 fold, which I really don't dislike. I think it makes a lot of sense from a chip stack perspective with both big stacks, both aggressive players, with a very big short stack in Austin, short stack, I mean. So yeah, I think the ace-5-0 where can be good in other formations. I actually really like this fold from Mikey. I know I've said a lot of times he might be playing a little too snug, but I really like that execution by him.
Minus that 10-8 bluff and, of course, 20K pay jump, Vinny.
Yep.
As you noted, in all the ICM pressure on him, so ace-5 off seems
great.
Certainly reasonable to put in the muck. Short stacked Austin, sub 10 big blinds, and the queen 8. Goes for the complete. And look at this. It's a nasty spot for Austin. And what do you think of this complete and fold with the queen 8 sub 10?
So if you want to find limps, which I think you do at some percentage, these queen 8, 9, 10, jack 10s feel very good. Queen 8, I think we can probably stick it in. I think it's good enough where you can stick it in where that result doesn't happen. But again, if I'm Austin, I also don't think Mikey's going to be getting out of line at this 7-6-0, which I don't even think is out of line. I think it's really hard to properly limp and call off. I think Mikey is smart to think most of Austin's hands will be folding there. So yeah, it's a really fascinating hand that goes a lot of what is someone actually doing versus what they should be doing. I think Austin can probably jam, be good, but again, I think flat also logically makes a lot of sense. More so just really impressed by Mikey finding the raise.
More Jordan on Joey action. Standard open and defend. Ace high with a couple littles. No resistance as Joey quickly pitches the jack high. And adds to his chip leading stack.
Gil, I failed to mention this until now. I was being afraid of showing a little bit of bias. Going into day 2, I did make a bet with some people, and we got 5 players each for a last longer. My team does have Joey. The other team does have Jordan and Austin. So for the sake of that bet, pretty big swing for that 3s or ace king for myself. Just thought the audience might want to glean some insight of what I'm feeling emotionally.
Certainly, while these guys are playing for $250,000, we're worried about your last longer in which you bet.
Couple hundred bucks.
Yeah.
You know, if someone wins, a couple more $100, you know, for as far as they go. But pretty impressive by us.
Hey, respect. I'm glad you brought it up.
Pretty impressive by us to have 3 of the. We each have 5 players. 3 of them still represented. Pretty good by us. You know who you are. You got lucky.
Interesting strategic spot, although Jordan doesn't have much to continue with here, Vinny, I don't think. But the option between calling and raising off these stacks in Joey's shoes with Jordan as the chip leader.
Really, really fascinating point of you want to ride this line of not inflating pots while also not throwing away the equity of your exact hand. It's this really delicate spot that really shows the uncomfortableness. But the one thing that you need to also know, even though Jordan does cover with them being such the big chip leaders, Jordan experiences a lot of uncomfortableness and pressure from Joey as well. So it's not like that Jordan can just run Joey over. They are both at quite a awkward spot. And as we've noted, first place is 40,000 more. Playing for first in this structure is theoretically better than in a tighter structure where you winning that pot that could be 69 million of the 100 in play is very good for, as everyone can understand why. So really fascinating stuff. It's really nuanced.
Joey's open, but Jordan's got a real one, which he has elected to call against a fellow big stack out of position. Austin on the shorty. Ace 10 off.
Yeah, I think this is a go for it. Call off by Jordan here is going to be how this plays out.
Yeah, really no other way.
Yeah, he's going to count the chips. Joey just, you open the 9-5 suited, you open other spots. I know quite a different configuration and difference, but ace 10 serves to be very good here. Jordan is at close to top of range. I mean, you can throw aces in here every now and then at a small percentage, but not often. This is going to be a snap call by Jordan. This is 2 top. Also, you can just have a lot of pairs. You can have worse cards below a 9 a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's going to be go time for Austin.
And notice, we'll get back to this later. It's not really relevant or meaning. Yeah, so what you see here is Austin leaving a couple chips behind.
I thought he went all in. He's got half a big blind. I said call.
Yeah, so as you see here, there are a couple chips that left behind. This is done for Austin because in the world that Joey goes all in and then Jordan goes all in again, Austin might actually fold. So what happened in front of us is Jordan just put the chips in thinking it was an all in, when technically Austin still has a couple 100,000 chips left behind, which obviously Austin's never going to fold. This is never going to go anything except one of them betting, calling. But again, understand why Austin did it. It's not just because he felt like it was funny to leave a couple of chips behind. There is real worlds. Let's say Joey has aces and Jordan has kings. Let's say Joey has queens, Jordan has aces. He makes tens of thousands of dollars by folding in that scenario. Because again, Austin's chip stack is not really worth more than what 4th place is. So again, clear understanding of the poker nuance that Austin showed there that created this very awkward lull. What's actually interesting, though, Yale, with the potential chip lead that Jordan pick off, this theoretically should check through. They're really neither players incentivized to put in the 400,000 because if Jordan wins, he wants Austin to stay in the tournament. So it's actually kind of interesting. I don't foresee Jordan doing this. He really should not be betting here for any reason. The extra 400 doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's just 400,000 behind?
It looks like it. There's 1.2, maybe enough more. So I think I misunderstood I thought I saw. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to run it. 2 9s in the lead with 73% of the equity. Should Austin be eliminated, it's another ladder here.
Pump fake.
One more mop squeeze.
I don't know what that means, but Jordan with the fade. No ace, no 10 for Austin. Valiant effort. He played excellent, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Showed the stones by taking a really good bluff catcher with the ace-5 off. Having the fortitude to make the call, and unfortunately ran into it from Joey Cowden. $55,000 for his efforts. And now we're down to just 3 combatants fighting for $250,000 in an epic pay jump between first and second.
All the money. We got all the money being up top played for. Again, as jealous as I am to not be one of these 3, as so many of us are, let's just appreciate guys who are very well-liked guys in their respected fields. Mikey is beloved in the Mad River community. I'm sad I haven't gotten to know him until this chance, but all the people I know from Mad River speak the highest of praises of Mikey and are rooting hard for them over in their chat and just in general, where you have 2 Columbus people in Jordan and Joey. So really exciting, fun finish, and we're playing for significant money, very significant. Yeah, I'm noticing in the chat, the no strip seems to be controversial.
Chance Corneth, Chat GPT legend on Twitter, started this trend.
You know, I actually do snore at night. I wonder if this could be good for me. What do you think?
I mean, you're skinny, so I don't know why you're out here snoring. Maybe you got a problem. Maybe a little breathe right.
Maybe have you seen those ads for the mouth tape? Maybe we go in that route.
Dude, I think mouth tape is
fake news.
I mean, I'm not trying to attack anybody who watches certain podcasts, but I'm not sure. I mean,
it's a scary thought.
You don't
Closing your mouth to sleep is a scary thought.
Well,
I think your body will survive.
2025, science is clearly up in the air. As we see Mikey with the suited ace on the button.
From my limited knowledge, I think these 3 are probably because of the local guys to both communities, probably creates a most interesting dynamic in the actual booth watching. So it's we can't see it, you guys can see it. Everything that we're hearing seems like a very fun atmosphere for a club both Yale and I care a lot about.
See, you know it's a heated topic when I'm getting messages not on YouTube, but on DM that mouth tape works. And I'm not, who am I to say it doesn't? Shit, I'm a candidate. Jordan 8-6 off in the small blind.
Do we think the CEO of Mouth Tape is watching this stream, that he could be pretty furious at us, or?
I mean,
I lay the no. I lay the no.
Which brand does one prefer? Mikey taking his option.
For those struggling, they might use regular tape. I don't advise that.
And a snap from Jordan.
What you want to flop?
Pretty small sizing from Mikey here as he raises to 1.8 total. So a little bit more than a click. Ace 10-10 rainbow. Very good flop for the pre-flop raiser. As the crowd cheers on Mikey.
I do always love an event where you have people sitting next to each other rooting for two different people. I once was at a wrestling meet with two moms whose sons were wrestling. I was in the middle, and it was quite entertaining.
Sorry, I was in a slumber there. What happened?
I was just saying, it's always a fun environment when you have people who are sitting next to each other in chairs. One's yelling for Mikey, one's yelling for Jordan. They're opposed to each other. I was just referencing.
I just heard two moms, bro.
Yeah,
That's all
I mean,
heard,
which is
else.
fair. I was just referencing a time I went to a high school wrestling match, and I had both moms next to me, and it was the both of my eardrums felt it for sure.
Did you win that hand? I threw out a little tickle in my somebody got.
Lindell in the chat. Rooting on his buddy Joey. Feels like the millionth confrontation between these two in hand 89.
Yep.
Ace, Jack, and Queen 10 respectively. A couple of strong hands. 10 high disconnected. Puts Joey in front.
Yeah, this is this is always the really uncomfortable spot where you probably don't need to pure range bet, but also there's a lot of benefits to clearing out a lot of equity, but also do you really want to choose again? It's just how you want to base your whole strategy. It's a really nuanced, difficult spot where obviously a lot of times there's, ooh, wait.
Gut shot for Jordan and a club blocker on the turn. Should he want to get creative? Joey's turn to get creative with a lead, Vinny.
Yeah, you know, this makes some logical sense with the 4 deuce suited, 5 deuce suited, 10 deuce suited that Joey has. Jordan doesn't have those. And even 6-3 off, 6-3 suited. So some of those hands that Joey possesses is why he views this deuce as a better hand for him. Where, and again, and then he uses his 10 here, interesting, because I think he does think Jordan with some ace highs is willing to call because now he has the gutter to a 3. He's really charging those ace high calls.
Absolutely. Big river, 7 of clubs. Jordan with the blocker in hand. Joey, no club, but top pair. 14 million in the middle, garners a check from Joey. And Jordan just shrugs it with the ace of clubs. Okay.
Man, potentially a missed spot there by Jordan. That is really close. You have your ace high equity, so you can just kind of check down, but
well, let me ask you
very
this.
fascinating hand. I think I like it.
Had Joey fired, we're probably more likely to see a raise from Jordan.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And so in this case, it feels like Jordan just
take his equity. Of
sort
course.
of says like, eh.
Yeah, just one of those interesting thoughts to always think about. You know, inside of me, that's always my inclination. I have the ace of clubs. I want to raise. I want to bet big. But I actually think with the ace high showdown, probably okay. Yeah, yeah, interesting. That's another one I'll be thinking about tonight for sure.
Stacks.
I'll be honest, probably won't. Just more interesting.
Stacks are tight as we roll on. 800K big blind still.
Again, probably not enough credit towards Joey for finding a really good lead on that turn when it should go check often, river bet, maybe Jordan calls, but really good execution. Again, maybe I'm not sure if I find it. I like it a lot.
Joey completes and finds top pair out of position. Baiting Jordan into a bet. Turn deuce is No help to Jordan's 8 high. Got to be wondering what Joey check called King 5 deuce 2 spades with Jordan, 1 spade in hand. Blocking some of the potential spade draws from Joey. Reaching for chips. And firing 2.4 betting discs, 2.4 million betting discs into the center.
We probably prefer not to have a spade on the 8 of spades. If we're Jordan on this turn sizing, we'd rather have our opponent have spades. I like it on the flop, then I kind of prefer not to use this as a barrel candidate, but also you have 8 high.
That was my favorite hand.
Yeah, that raise, man. Again, trying to think about this before I say anything that's put my foot in my mouth. Yeah, we'll go to the next one. I'm not sure about it. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I like it less the more I think about it. We'll go to the next hand.
Jordan with the pretty solid suited king here in the small blind. And yes, 3-bet time facing the button open of Joey. Forcing Mikey to discard the ace-5 as we get the deep, intense stare from Joey.
About that 3x sizing, great sizing by Jordan. Again, Mikey's been choosing a much smaller size that would then allow Joey to call here. There are worlds Joey could 4-bet if he really thinks Jordan's getting out of line. Probably a little too loose. You can't always choose the king 6 suited. Maybe it's some percentage, but
is 3x going to be your standard out of position off 40? Is that in part because of where Mikey's stack is, and as we see Joey let it go?
Yeah, you typically are wanting, when the deeper you are, you're wanting to go bigger. But then when the chips become so concentrated, you don't need to go as big. 3.5 probably maybe slightly preferred. I think 3x is big enough where you still accomplish a lot of getting folds. The question is, in poker always is, what threshold are you targeting to make people uncomfortable? You know, like sometimes people just bet a significant portion of their chips and it leaves people with very easy decisions. You want to put your opponent in really difficult decisions, and I think that bet accomplishes that quite well. Again, you should probably ask yourself with the king 9 suited, what sizing can I use to get a king 10 type hand to potentially fold awkward aces like an ace 3 and ace 4. So those are kind of things to consider and think through when choosing raise sizes with a hand like king 9 suited. So because of that, 3.5 might be a little bit better, but 3x seems fine.
Jordan staying with aggression. As Mikey's found the call with 7-6 suited off about a 30 big blind stack. I think it was 31 to start. Seems reasonable. And Joey with the jack 9 off in the big blind. Reaching for raising chips and executing. Trying to put the punish on Mikey for the small blind flat. Expecting a capped range and, of course, the button open from Jordan.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot where this hand really doesn't love doing it using these 2 middling-ish cards, but if you think Mikey can't call and that his money is effectively dead, and you have an opener like Jordan who's opening properly, potentially too wide if you assess that, your cards are sometimes even irrelevant knowing how often you make it. You prefer to have better cards, but sometimes spots open up.
Well, let me try it a different way, Vinny. With limited ICM pressure on Mikey, of course, there are massive pay jumps. What hands do you have in your small blind flatting range off of 31 where you would be able to jam it back in Joey's face, if any?
I don't think there are any.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. It's dead.
Yeah, building out the small blind, like flat jam or flat range is
It's really hard, really hard.
Relatively difficult.
And I think that's for people at home to think through is when I do this action. Anyway, we don't need to talk about all that. We are watching people play for 250,000. Let's talk through our boy Mikey getting some chips through and still being in firm contention to win. Great execution there, obviously.
Matthew Bartles in chat looking for 100-1 on Joey ripping his shirt. I think we might have some action here.
100? Can I get 100 on Joey ripping his shirt?
Do you want the 100 or 100-1?
100-1. Here's
no,
the issue.
We're not bet. You're not. I mean, you don't.
No, he wants it, so I would let him lay. I would give him I would risk 100 to win $1. Is what that is inferring. Here's the issue that I have. Bartles is out there. I'm not out there. I'm not one who likes making bets with someone who might have some influence.
They don't call him Bart Jeet for nothing when he can see the stream ahead of us.
Yeah, Bartles is probably 101 guy.
Yeah, we're not giving him any action.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Bartles, if you want some 2-on-2 scramble, come find me. Mikey gonna flick in the call.
Good.
Queen 8 off from the big blind.
Like this for Mikey.
Both players with the piece, and Joey in the lead, top pair and a gut shot. Tricky check is the pre-flop raiser, and a jack of diamonds turn, making Joey a straight, and both players obtaining a flush draw. More check, and this could be trouble for Mikey, rivering trips against Joey's straight. 4.4 million in the middle.
This is a wild hand.
Half pot as Mikey looks him up, and minimal damage there after Joey kind of had a lock up on that hand, and Mikey getting a little bit of bad luck on the river, but he's still in there with 19.8 million as we get a look out at the crowd and the chip counts. Joey in the lead with 58 big blinds, Jordan 38. Mikey with 25.
No, Yale, let me ask you this question. Instead of Queen 8, let's say Mikey has Queen 10. Let's say he has any 10. How does he proceed against a bet from Joey? Does he raise, or do you think we just calls? The reason I say this is on a 3-diamond board to 10 of diamonds, seems like there's a lot of benefit to be betting there, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm trying to think out loud here if I like that hand to check with. It's interesting.
In Joey's shoes on the turn?
Yeah. Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's pretty high up on the flop with the button open versus big blind, but you know, I think it's more just like watch and learn from somebody who's won a lot of big tournaments and like see where they deviate and why they deviate and try to understand why they might not do something that you think is standard.
Of course.
It's probably just all read based.
Yeah.
We
Really
see Mikey with a very powerful ace king and no all in. He's gone for the 3-bet to 5 million. Jordan with the raggedy suited queen says yes please. Facing the small size from Mikey yet again, which has been a theme of his 3-bets. Jordan taking a price, 11.6 million in the middle. To Jack 5 deuce rainbow. Mikey with a shade over pot behind. Opts for small size. And really kind of putting Jordan in a nasty little spot after he peels this Queen 7. What is this? It is a raise, Vinny, to 7 million
wow.
and a jam. Oh, my.
Oh, wow, Mikey. Mikey, I was not familiar, sir.
That was sick. Definitely not how you would have expected it to play it out. As we get a look at the leaderboard, Mikey jumps ahead of Jordan 42 big blinds. Jordan squarely the short stack now, but plenty to play with it, 23 bigs. Dare I say, one of the most interesting hands we've seen yet, even though, I mean, the pay jump implications, the small 3-bet, the queen 7 peel.
I'm in awe.
The super tiny bet from Mikey followed by the raise. It's just like...
Wow. That was amazing. That was so beautiful by Mikey, and I'm in awe. I am in awe.
I don't plan on taking the full 15 if you guys know. All right.
Joey and Jordan. Both players whiffing. But Joey knows Jordan now can't take the heat and is going to bet and take it. We're going to head to a 13-minute play. Yeah, go ahead, Vinny. You have something to say about that hand.
250,000 up top. Mikey with maybe the decision of his poker life. I'm speechless. I don't care about what a computer says. I don't care what I think is good, what you think is good. Mikey said, I'm here to win 250. I don't care. Let's do this. That was unbelievable. Fan for life. He has in me.
All right, so we can contemplate that as we head to break, and we're going to be back in approximately 12 minutes. We'll see you then. And we are back for three-handed play. There are the payouts. $75,000 for third, $109,135 for second, $250,000 for first at this $1 million guaranteed Midsummer Classic. My name's Yale Greenfield. You can find me on Twitter at LiveKingPoker. I'm here with Vinny Bonta at VincentBradley7 at Twitter, esteemed sports bettor and amateur poker analyst.
I am really glad we got that break. Got to take a shower, cool down, because Mikey put on the play of the tournament. And for any of you who haven't seen or just turning in, roll the tape back about 18 minutes to see one of the more gangster plays I've seen. Yeah, that was none of that hand you'll see at your Vegas high rollers. You won't find that in the computer, but you'll find that here at Shark Tank, and it was more exciting than any of those people would do. That was great.
Quick shout out before we get going to GM Dave Nutini. Does an incredible job here at Shark Tank. Want to recognize all his hard work and professionalism, helping ownership of Mad River and Shark Tank put on this fabulous $1 million guaranteed. And also be on the lookout for the next tournaments between these two partners. I'm sure there's going to be a good one come fall or winter, perhaps.
Yeah, to really anyone who is members of either of these clubs, I would thank Duncan down in Mad River, their crew, Justin, Sean, Chris up here. I mean, for these two clubs to be doing the liability that they're potentially putting on to run these for us, to potentially change people's lives with the results, is quite admirable, that I really respect. So back to the action here, though, Yale.
Mikey, 4x size, facing the limp from Jordan. Offsuit 9-6, and Jordan saying yes, please, to the 4x out of position. Or
no, it went limp.
All right, I think we're just behind on the graphics. We got both players all in, and when we see what they have, we will.
Jack 10 versus 9-6 on a Queen 9-3 board.
So
Jack 10 versus 9-6
on a Queen 9-3.
Queen
so we have
9-3.
open-ender versus middle pair. Again, flipping for probably 100,000 of equity right now, these two. 100,000.
Ace on the turn. Jordan looking to fade, and he cannot. That is going to be all she wrote for Jordan. An incredible effort from him, showing heart at many points in the tournament with a yo-yoing stack. Mikey finds the double and propels himself into the chip lead. Jordan going home with a cool $75,000 for his efforts, and likely his biggest score ever.
Confirmed, yes, biggest score. I'm really happy for Jordan. Jordan, again, he has grinded his teeth in this game for a while, for this being his biggest moment. Since I've started playing Poker the Tank, Jordan has been an adversary, a friend, and I'm really proud of him here. Great results. Man, hope he sleeps well knowing that he played well. 75K, nothing to be upset about. Great effort, Jordan. But now, Yale, the real story. We have heads up. Joey, the professional, over $3 million in earnings against Mikey. Really fun story here.
A little bit of discussion at the table, and seems as if they're going to continue to play on. Can't really ignore that $140,000 pay jump.
It's quite a bit, Yale, and it's interesting. A couple of days ago, we were actually talking about this very hypothetical, Yale and I personally don't know if I have the cojones, if I have the guts to play anyone in heads-up poker for this amount. I think there are nice arguments to be made on both sides if you think you have an edge, if you should push it or not. Poker invariance is real, especially that sub 50 big blind stack. So, man, a really, really sick spot that, again, 141,000? Or what's the, around there, whatever, doesn't, 1,000, when you talk about 100,000, the 1 or 2,000 is less relevant, but by far the biggest moment of Michael's career, and we've already seen him very willing to execute, very willing to pull the trigger. I don't foresee that stopping. Let's go. This is a fun time.
$109,000, $135 for second, $250,000 for first, so about 140K separates first and second as these players in a heads-up collision and an open jam is going to start this off from Mikey to the tune of 49, well, effectively 45.8 big blinds, so 2 5s ready to dance at this party.
Yeah.
Giving Joey a little insight into what he might be facing going forward.
Yeah, those pocket pairs are really uncomfortable to play, and might be a touch big. But again, like, I don't think Joey would say, this is incorrect to say, but neither him or Mike, I would say, are heads-up specialists. A lot of these spots are going to be really nuanced, and we're going to see, even there, like a 8-5 suited, probably a pretty clear defend against the $2.4 million open from Joey there. So this could be, I think this is going to really test Mike. I'm excited to see how he battles. Again, a lot of poker intuition feel, but heads up kind of goes against that. You can't hide. You have to play every single pot, every single spot. Going to be interesting for sure.
Player 1 raised to 2.5.
2.5x sizing from Mikey, and Joey with the offsuit ace reaching for raising chips. Mikey will not be deterred, quickly flicking in an additional 5.3 million. We're off. Joey the 57% advantage, and top pair boss kicker on 855.
Player 2 bets 5.3.
Just a tick under 1/3, about 30%, and bet and take it for Joey as he raises his fists in the air. Is that Rocky style? I don't know. That's a little...
I feel like the Rocky had to be standing up a little bit or
yeah,
something,
maybe.
going up some stairs.
I don't know what it was, but regardless of what it was, it's the first real blood of this heads-up battle as Joey takes the lead.
Yep. And for those keeping track at home, I know it matters just as much to you as myself. I did win the last longer bet. Thank you for rooting for me and caring about my couple $100 sweat while these guys play for 140,000. So just appreciate you sweating along. I know that was a big thing you cared about. Here's going to be now a limp from Joey. So again, I think the heads up variation, what really matters here is, do you want to split between having limps and opens, just pure opens? A lot of merit to both, just something to note for future hands.
Player 2 bets 1 million. Player 1 raised to 4 million.
Lightning pace here. Check raise from Mikey with the 8 high flush draw. Very reasonable. Joey not backing down with bottom pair and a diamond in hand himself. As Mikey picking up additional equity now. 11 million in the middle. And Joey firing. Oh my God, these guys are playing fast. And and a nice raise. He just said it's go time. Bottom pair and a 4 flush. I'm ready to play for it all. I barely got time to think about the different possibilities between the two players there, Vinny.
So it's so fascinating because I think what Joey really picked apart well is that Mikey's going to be overweighted to having diamonds. He probably doesn't think Mikey's going to be raising a lot of ace-x for value, and then it's really hard to have just ace-7, ace-5, 7-5, ace-5, as you say. So he was correct to assess that, and then he really wanted to deny the diamond equity, but Mikey again said, this is my tournament. I'm pushing you around, Joey, not the other way around. So
plus, I love double check raise.
The double check raise is strong. I don't know my life if I've been bluffed double check raised. It's really hard to do. It's pretty baller.
Joey dumping the 5 high. I think we saw 3 million there. So of note, we've seen 2.5x. We've seen 3x. As we get a look at the rail here at the Shark Tank. Adam Friedman in the background, multi-time bracelet winner, supporting his friend Joey.
Also, there was Lisa. She was the last woman standing, had a great run today. Shout out to Lisa. Man, again, it's kind of what I noted earlier. Mikey definitely not experiencing the heads-up street, but his poker intuition might be the reason he makes $250,000, which is quite phenomenal. Not backing down in the biggest moment of his career. It's really fun to see, and that's, again, why poker is still alive and well, will always be alive and well. Anyone, anytime can beat anyone, which is almost no other game in the world can say.
P-Chan Izzle says, Mikey playing like it's the Dirty 30. I don't know what that is, but
I like the sound of it.
Perhaps it's a fun tournament. Chino in the chat, and somebody with the same last name as Joey. Definitely a relative of sorts. Thanks for coming here and rooting on your guy. Mikey plays limp and rag jack 6 for Joey.
Yep, Joey choosing this high-low combo that we've talked numerous times today that make a lot of sense for the 3-bet bluffs.
He's got to play it out of position, though, as he's met with call from Mikey. 5-4 deuce. Nice flop for Mikey. Gut shot for Joey as he's going to stay on the lead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like call, but I think Mikey's style is really pushing his equity, pushing his draws. So this feels pretty in line with who Mikey is and how he views the game of poker. So,
yeah, Joey's going to be forced to release here. It's just not a hand that can withstand much pressure, and no diamond in hand, not really a lot of bluff options, dry gut shot. And I think Joey's probably wondering one of two things. I mean, if I was in his shoes, Vinny, I mean, I think you got to be asking yourself, is this guy smashing the deck, or are there spots where I want to play a little bit more protected when I have hands with medium to decent equity that kind of don't want to get blown off that equity? Obviously, it's just like a flurry of hands, a tiny sample, 105 total at this final table. You can't ever really know, but I'm going to find it interesting to see how Joey adjusts, because I think what he's probably best at is finding those adjustments and trying to feel the opponent out.
Yeah, it's one where you need to really, in my opinion, not care about protecting your check back range at all. You attack when you have those top pairs. You really push your equity with the high pair cards. On middle pairs, when you have an ace or a king, you really go for it when someone is pushing your equity around like this, and you have to be willing to kind of live with the variance. I do like that Mikey is pushing the variance. Again, I think oftentimes you play against really good players, and you will, pretty brutal here for Joey. Kings just gets a full. But yeah, I think it's really easy for Mikey. You've heard it. Joey's a pro, a lot of winnings. It's easy to just sit back. He's doing what you need to do and pushing it. So variance very good for Mikey. I really like how he's approaching heads up.
Yeah, the counter strategy against players who you may or may not think have an edge against you, depending, is certainly to ramp up the variance and try to put them into bad spots. I'm not saying Mikey feels that, but this is a strategy Vinny and I would certainly employ when necessary if finding ourselves in a spot where we felt like we were at a strategic disadvantage.
James, I'm not familiar with darts. It's good to know that too. I've heard you're quite the darts player.
Joey's opened and Mikey's got a gut shot. King high, flop. Bet in a insta call yet again. Hearts complete. Joey with the 7 of hearts in hand, and we are going to see a river.
Really want to see a bet for Mikey here.
Neither player stabs, and all Joey's got to do is take his showdown.
I really would have liked to see a bet there from Mikey. Really hard to have a much better bluff candidate there where you call flop. I mean, hearts get there on the turn, a board pair. You can go big, go small. You can do a lot of things. I think that's should be a bet, bluff at some frequency. Prefer bigger size, but it's okay.
The battle for 250,000 continues on.
I will say, as you noted to start the heads up play, you did hear Joey say to Mikey, let's play a couple hands. What just happened there?
Open fold queen 5. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of like stick and move up and down, kind of dancing around from Mikey as stacks are once again close following the A7 offsuit victory for Joey. Looking down at the queen 9. We've seen his split his range ever so slightly, and this time electing for open.
Wow. Oh my gosh, Mikey. Come on. Come on.
Now, Vinny, I'm not an expert in a heads-up play. Maybe I could summon the old Coach K-Rab here, but Jack 5 off selection for the 3-bet certainly seems interesting.
It's definitely an interesting choice. Probably we can just cleanly call and see some flops, but again, appreciate the heart. And what I was mentioning earlier, Joey said let's play a couple hands, and I think there's an added, trust me, you don't need more pressure when you're playing for an additional $140,000.
Mikey is not feeling the pressure.
There is a sweetness when one guy says let's play a couple hands, inferring I got an edge here, let's play. And wow, another very anyway, I was just saying, I think it's always sweet to be able to get a little bit of a, hey, you think you have an edge, and then to put it right back in Joey's face. There's some sweetness for sure.
Joey going for raise. Again, I always find it interesting. We saw him split a little bit earlier. Mikey's got a nice one in the big blind, facing 2.4. Check out the facial expression of note. It's call. I do wonder if he contemplated 3-bet. No help to either player, and Joey awfully low in range, which usually is going to garner a bet. $1.6 in a snap. Brings the 7 of diamonds on this turn. Gut shot for Joey. And that's going to get him to continue firing. 4.3. As we see him pleased with this pickup. Dead even heat. 49 big blinds versus 48 is a nice playable heads up. Really good structure here at the tank. As we charge on in hand 112. Mikey looking at the offsuit connector. Joey gonna dump that Jack 6. You do wonder. Joey's seen Mikey open fold a couple of times, Vinny. Kind of makes you wonder how he's gonna structure his defend range a little bit in that, like, I would think you would take some of your auto defends and start putting them into the fold range.
Yeah. Yeah, again, you play so many hands from the big blind because of how many hands the small blind plays. So because of that, you now shouldn't defend as often because what you are winning is by him folding the small blind. So yeah, I agree that some of those cuspier, like 10, 6 offsuits, maybe like a Jack 3, Jack 4 offsuit, we can probably comfortably fold here in formation and elect to fight another hand for sure.
That's probably what I would do. Of course, I might have led you down that road as I contemplated the ranges of Joey and how he might adjust to what he's seeing. Another size this time from Mikey, this time 3.5x. Gets a quick muck from Joey as the data builds. Not a lot of showdowns, but a variety of sizings and options from Mikey that Joey is going to attempt to put into the coffers. Think about the options, and no doubt Mikey doing similar. And interesting here from Joey is we've seen him split his range before, and this time he calls a pretty good holding in the Jack 10 offsuit. Mikey going for a raise of 3.5x with the King 8 off and 8 million in the middle. Pretty sizable. Neither player connects, and Mikey checks. It's an interesting development,
Yeah.
Vinny,
Good find,
because
Joey.
this is really the first time that we've seen Joey take a hand that you would think would be a primary raise and mix it into the call. And then he gets to play a pot in position. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a heads-up expert, but thoughts?
Yeah, those are obviously, as you say, like kind of the nice thing about finding some limbs. Like, so when you're playing against someone who might be folding like a Jack 3 or a Jack 4, it's not always the worst to use those as a limp, because now on Jack X boards you might have a massive advantage. So yeah, I personally don't have this limping strategy at any level, so I haven't thought nearly enough about it nor familiar. But yeah, it's quite interesting and obviously great execution. Maybe thinking that Mikey should be betting all of his Queen X on flop, so it's a pretty easy takedown for Joey. Well played.
Advantage Mikey on 10-2-3. Joey with the backdoor spade draw is just going to cede to the aggression.
And notice somewhat similar boards. Back-to-back hands. Electing one to check back, one to bet. Not sure what to make of it, honestly. Just something to note that's very interesting to me.
Yeah, you see Joey deep in contemplation, probably planning his next moves. And
it's pretty impressive how tight this is.
Yeah, it's definitely a push-pull.
Yeah, I'm interested in mixing in the Jack 5-0 as one of those candidates as a limp. Again, heads up is something neither of us are very familiar with. Trying to parse through the benefits of using that as a limp is quite interesting.
Yeah, I understand a bit about limping strategy in that like sub 15 range heads up. That's something I'm pretty familiar with, but off of 48, splitting is obviously significantly more complicated.
Very complicated.
In terms of building out a complete strategy, should you have one at all.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously that's a lot of times why I don't even consider making one. It's just way too hard and complex to make. I'd rather just take one of the streets out, have a pure small open size.
Top pair for Mikey and gut shot for Joey that he leads into Mikey.
God, if you're Joey, it's just relentless. Hand after hand, Mikey just raise. Yeah, Mikey really pushing it.
Yeah, he's denying the equity there, but an easy fold for Joey with the 6 high as we proceed to hand 118. And now you see Joey, look at this, completes the ace-3, so you can see he is building out a range for his limping strategy, trying to perhaps trap Mikey into making errors out of position.
Yeah, the one nice thing for Joey that I think he might be thinking through is when you just have a pure limping strategy, the pots are smaller, giving himself, you're somewhat reducing the variance, getting to play way more hands, having your post flop where he feels so comfortable making more decision points rather than a lot of the 3-4 betting pre that you might just get all in flipping. I think Joey probably is utilizing this limping, wanting to really extend this match, really wanting to make every decision point post flop the most crucial parts rather than the pre-flop. So I do understand a lot of the logic and thinks it makes some sense. He doesn't really care about picking up 1 or 2 folds from Mikey. So I think that'd be my glean of why Joey is utilizing this, which does make a lot of sense, Yale.
Yeah, and the question is, do we see him continue this with all types of good holdings?
I would hope so.
As he's got a real one here, and
God, that's the second pretty big hand that Joey has been folded to. Mikey's dodging bullets, missing out on queens, missing out on 9s.
Yeah, the luck factor in this game, such a huge thing that you can never discount. Joey with 9s in back-to-back hands. Will we see limp? No. Back to 2.4x, and the 5 deuce off, probably a pretty clean and reasonable fold, I would think.
I'll be honest, I was in another world. I missed that hand.
9s open and 5-2 off folds in the big line.
So Joey did open the 9s?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's hard.
he might just be, honestly, Joey might just think I'm going to be as exploitative as possible.
Yeah.
Limp average, maybe limp some strong, play bigger pots, better hands. I mean,
Sure.
Intuitively, it makes a lot of sense. Is it?
Yeah, if you don't think somebody's going to counter you, then
Yeah.
obviously the strategy makes max EV. Now it's a large sizing again, so we'll see how Joey deals with this King 8 suited facing 3.5x. Hard to ever want to dump a hand that good heads up, and he's going to proceed facing the large size.
I think this is exactly why Joey's limping. You now have 8 million already in the middle, kind of playing, having to guess.
Yeah, well, he didn't limp in this hand, and
Yeah,
Mikey's going to stay on the lead with his top pair.
We can see why he'd be wanting to limp in future
Sure.
to avoid these spots exactly. And Mikey again is then choosing to raise to force these spots.
The back and forth continues. We haven't seen any big turn river decisions. Well, I guess we saw one turn decision, but haven't seen like a river call down showdown yet situation as Joey dumps the dirty diaper without hesitation. An ever so slight lead for two-time bracelet winner Joey Cowden. Couple of intense gazes from our competitors. Looks like one of those famous
And there's Grogu.
Shark Tank bag of pretzels over there. They went to Members Mark for a little bit over here, but they've since gone back to name brand. Kudos to them.
It speaks a lot. It speaks volumes to the quality of the Shark Tank that we're not getting this.
As the King High elects to not defend facing open, and
Yale, did you ever have the operant cereals growing up? Any golden? I think.
my mom was a health nut, so we didn't really like mess.
Yeah.
We didn't really mess with cereal.
Some Golden
was
Grams, some other stuff.
It was such a healthy family that I decided to go absolutely apeshit after I got out of there. Hasn't served me well with this
Yale, you are
food addiction.
Between the two of us, you are the foodie between us. For those maybe visiting
that's the
Columbus,
understatement of the year, bro.
course.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
What would you say is maybe the best, your favorite restaurant in Columbus? If you're visiting Columbus one time, you're willing to spend, where do I need to go?
We'll get back to that after this flop. Ace high for Mikey and queen high for Joey. Not too much working for either player as Joey adds a gut shot. Sucker end. Little queen of clubs to go with, should he want to bluff a run out. Mikey actually with the bigger gut shot makes the call, and we're going to get to showdown and a small win for Mikey. Back to food in Columbus. Well, you know. What can you really say about the food in Columbus? I'm excited to try my friend's new restaurant in Marion Village. It's called Isla. It's a tasting menu, so, you know, maybe like a little more anniversary special occasion for a lot of people type place. Very talented chef who just opened his restaurant a couple weeks old, and outside of that, I'm fading most places not named The Locks or Joya or Fox in the Snow.
Okay.
We're staying away from Cameron, but, you know, you can get in there every now and again and enjoy a steak, as Joey has 2 pair versus the bottom pair of Mikey. Some chips going into the middle.
10x or 4x could be disastrous here. Hard and no limit to be drawing down the turn.
The real decision point for Mikey facing this. Oh my. So Joey goes 3.2. No, excuse me, goes 2.8. And he's raised to just 6 million. An extremely easy call, and a river, which is a 4. Oh my God. 250,000 up top. Mikey goes check raise on turn, and now he's got trips into the full house of Joey. 17 million in the middle.
Yeah, this is all she wrote.
And 15 million from Mikey. Oh my. Is there any chance he gets away from this inevitable jam?
I mean, when Joey goes all in, Mikey is going to be sick. I don't see a world where Mikey folds. Again, man, I'm kind of heartbroken for Mikey. This is going to be, I mean, Joey's a friend. I'm excited for Joey, but Mikey showed so much heart, so much battle.
Not over yet, Vinny. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And a snap call.
Yeah. Yep, that's all she wrote.
They're going to do a count, but the graphics have indicated this is elimination for Mikey. An absolutely amazing run for him, collecting 6 figures.
Played awesome. Played so well. Had the 2 plays of the tournament with his ace-king bluff, and then the, forgetting the other one he put in Joey's face with the diamonds on the 8-3 diamonds. Man, Mikey should be very proud. What a result. Amazing score. Congrats to Mikey. But again, the person we talked about all tournament long, the story of how he was going to navigate Joey, getting it done, the professional poker player, Yale.
Yeah, the River of Dreams has 2 pair, gets check raised, and his opponent finds trips. He finds a full house and $250,000 to go with it. No deal was done. A top-heavy prize pool, and a man who's seen the championship circle many times has found it yet again here at the Shark Tank Poker Club in Columbus, Ohio. What an incredible tournament. But actually, I think the graphics might have been slightly off, Vinny, because
whoa, oh,
we
we're
prematurely said it was over, and it isn't as they counted down. So, our bad.
and we battle.
We keep going. I guess we really should have waited. Andrew Kennedy is a professional dealer, bro. We should have really waited for the countdown there.
Yeah. Just don't act yet.
So play will continue. We apologize for that slight error. You can see Mikey is severely short-stacked. But he's going to keep fighting. As I think we're in a minor delay of sorts.
Chris, don't forget about it too, man. Good. Player 1 goes all in.
All in out the gate for Mikey as he attempts to climb what feels like an insurmountable mountain. As he gets cheered on from his rail. Graphics back, let's go.
Player 2 raised for 2 million. Player 1 call.
Min and clear defend.
Player 1 check.
Joey jumps ahead here with middle pair.
Player 2 7. Player
Little
1
bet and take it following that pre-flop open.
Okay, I will say this. 13 is still doable. That is not insurmountable. 13 is, we're still very live if we're fans of Team Mikey here.
Oh, for sure. I didn't know what it was, and yeah, 13 big blinds. We've certainly seen crazier. I mean, Jesse Aganuma with the seemingly insurmountable. I'm just joking around.
Oh yeah. If we start seeing Mikey betting odds and evens,
Don't even. Okay. So
I mean, it really is. It's two double ups and they're even.
yeah.
Player 2 goes all in.
I will say again, the limping strategy that we talked about earlier is now completely out the window. Joey's pushing it. He is going to be taking the blinds, having a huge jamming. He's going to find some limp jams, but the pure limping that Joey was doing is going to change quite a bit in terms of pre-flop strategy.
Yeah, I mean, at this depth, I think there's
some.
Well, at 13, 14, I think there's actually quite a bit. But
yes. But
this,
not the same hand classes that he had
correct.
implanted earlier.
In this sub 10 range,
no.
Should Mikey dip below that level, I think you will see Joey probably not implore too much limping. As Mikey dumps the 10-2. A slight bleed. This is a hand that wouldn't hate to limp as Joey goes for the all-in in the snap call. King 6 versus Jack 9, Vinny. Mikey looking to hold here. And so far, so good. Turn brick, no jack, no 9, and he will find a double, and yes.
No, we play to win the game. Hello?
6.4.
We got ourselves a ball game. This is not over. Premature by yours truly. I do apologize for. But we got a game. We have a game.
Well, lucky for you, you didn't have one. Got plenty more to come.
Player 1 goes all in.
All right, so Mikey expanding that jam range using the 10-7.
I'll give you a little more. A little more. It has to be a little bit. Okay. You have 114. I can have 114. I might take it up on that. Player 2 million. Oh, yeah. Player 1 goes all in, player 2 falls. I really don't. It's my biggest score. I'm playing you as it was destined to happen. He said it's in the script. Player 1 goes all in.
Couple of real ones. Starting with the ace high jam from Mikey, and that's going to send Joey to the tank, Vinny.
Yeah, I don't. If the chip stacks are correct, 16 bigs is quite a big jam. I do like the fold again. Going back to why we believe Joey wanted to implement at the 50 big mark the limp for majority of range. He's not wanting to flimp. He's reducing. He is reducing variance. He's wanting to choose his spots very carefully. You aren't going to see marginal spots be taken by Joey at this juncture. How can you not? I mean, you just have to like Mikey.
Player 2 rating 2 million. Player 1 goes all in. Player 2. That's gonna be now.
I mean, did we see this? We saw the 7 deuce suited stick it right in Joey's face. No 7 deuce game being played. Mikey's at her heart. Very impressed with Mikey.
No matter what. Life is death.
6 figures. He ain't lying.
Player 1 goes all in. Player 2 goes. Mikey!
Mikey changing up his strategy as the shorty, imploring the all in or fold off of 16.8 and 20 respectively, taking his stack to 22.8 million and closing in on Joey. A double here would put them back at nearly even. Should he be able to find one?
It's almost as if Mikey has his second lease on life and he's flying close to the sun. Let's just say that, and he is going for it and has zero fear. He is going for the win. He is not going to be whittled down. It is to see such a dynamic shift is it speaks to the different levels Mikey is able and willing to go in his poker game.
See what Mikey does here. He's doing it again, this time for 23 big blinds, which will garner the quick fold from Joey. So we've seen jam, jam, jam. Mikey's preferred strategy here in this 10 to 23 big blind range. Be interesting to see if he chooses to deviate at any point from this as his stack continues to climb and Joey continues to find the bottom end of the deck. Mikey yet again with a real one. Joey's got a nice one as well. back to the limping strategy, which I really actually like with this exploitative hand class. And Mikey
Really
yet
good.
again finds another jam as he climbs to 26.3, but I think effectively, nice play from Joey because
You lied to me more than you tell me the truth. So. I will not lie to you. You lied to me 100% of the time about your questions. So. Did I lie? You lied to me.
I think he told him the truth in this exact hand, by the way.
I do too.
Does that make me a good poker player? I don't know. I don't like it.
Which is kind of sick. I mean,
I like to tell the truth.
if I was playing for this kind of money, I'd certainly be lying. There wouldn't be a
For
word of
sure.
truth coming out of my mouth. Granted, they can catch up to the stream at some point.
That's
But
a fun dynamic. I like this, though. Seeing the personalities of both these guys. Joey is a very clever guy at the table, is willing to...
I want to give you a break. Oh, I appreciate it. Slight break.
Joey
He can throw some
commenting
jabs.
that the all-in has stopped. This time it's 2.5x from Mikey, a deviation from the all-in strategy. Is Mikey's got the king high and a... Joey has the gut shot turn pair. Frenetic pace is... I'm trying to keep up with them.
Yeah.
Where you got 1.8 million?
Joey baiting with the block size and Mikey taking the bait to 7 million. Joey with a somewhat intriguing combo that could consider call. Oh, and he does quickly. And a very, very good and fast call from Joey with that pair of jacks and 10 sign card, making for an excellent bluff catching candidate after he takes the very tiny block sizing, well executed, and increasing his lead back up to a 4-1 chip lead here, per these lovely graphics from the Gorilla Poker team.
These guys are playing for 140,000, and it's like two buddies just talking, hanging out. Again, Mikey had an even chip distribution. Ooh, hate to see that.
An interesting no limp there from Joey with the queen 3, I feel.
To not limp, to not raise, but again, Yale, when every single time you...
Who raised this man?
But to note, when your opponent is raising all in with 7-deuce suited and seemingly every hand, the benefits of limping a queen 3-0 or raising a queen 3-0 kind of go out the window.
Everyone goes all in.
This could be the end here as Joey's found the king jack.
Yeah, yep.
So all in and call, and a 64% to 36% advantage for Joey Cowden, looking to eliminate Mikey and finding the $250,000 into his bank account. Safe so far for Joey. Trying to fade any 9 or any 7. Deuce on the turn. Keeps it clean. Any 9, any 7. 6 outs and a 9 on the river. This man cannot be killed.
Staying alive, staying alive.
11, 17,
Staying alive.
18,
Little Midwest poker entertainment for you there. Little sing along on the rail. I don't have the musical chops to attempt such a thing. What about you, Vinny?
None.
You kind of feel like a choir boy to me, like a choir guy. Tell me you were in the choir.
Yeah, so it's funny you say this, Yale. I did take men's glee my junior year of high school.
Incredible.
My glee teacher and I had a deal that if I did not attend the concerts, I would still get an A. The entire grade of the class was going to the concerts. My vocals were so poor. Oh,
Forget about men's glee club,
men's glee
'cause
for
we've got
Vinny.
Pocket kings and ace queen in a collision. 2.4x from Joey and an all-in and a call in back-to-back hands.
Oh my gosh.
Joey's got to be sick. He couldn't hold the king-jack as a 64% favorite, and now he gets a powerful ace-queen off-in as a 28% equity possibility. To the flop we go.
Hearts covered
no
for Mikey.
help for Joey, that's correct. Hearts are covered here by Mikey. And now it's an ace and only an ace for Cowden to attempt to catch up. And no, he does not find it. He finds the queen, which is not enough. And a full double for Mikey. This is
Joey looks sick.
wild.
The jovial nature of Joey is long gone. This match has flipped. I said it was over. I told Mikey, be proud, hold your chin up high.
Well, in fairness, you thought it was over.
I did. I think our entire audience did. And Mikey is still fighting. But again, Yale, it goes back to the nature of the variance of heads up, and with pay jumps this much, how sick and gross these spots are. These aren't spots that are going to keep happening. You need to run good.
Yeah, when you're, I mean, it stands to reason. I saw something like relatively interesting recently about like is, not to go like totally off brain here, but is chess like, is there any luck involved in chess? And like in chess, the superior, I'm not even talking about who's superior or not, but the two games are so different. And basically what I'm trying to illuminate is that in poker, the variance is so hard for the human brain to understand. And specifically in heads up, it's magnified even more. Any player at any given moment against anybody in any venue can win in a heads up match. And when 140,000 separates first and second place, that is
a lot to take on.
Yeah, and these guys are, you know, clearly there has been absolutely no chop between them. They're playing this one out with the $140,000 difference, and no gamble, no future. It takes quite a bit of heart. As we're going to see Joey attempt to lock in and stage a comeback of his own.
I'll be honest, Yale. The human body is so interesting. I mean, you can feel the tenor change, the gut punch by Joey. I mean,
yeah, I don't think he's rattled, but
no,
no. As the pro who's quite experienced is on the other side of variance here, you feel the intensity rise, and from Mikey you can kind of see it in his face, maybe feeling that he wants to turn on his killer instinct after sort of saying earlier, hey, I'm pretty happy with 100 grand no matter what. And
it's probably will be an all-in for Mikey. Joey's gonna be put in a tough spot, at least in the way Mikey's been playing. Maybe he changes it up on me. Nope. Now he goes to 3.5. Interesting.
Player 2 goes. Player 2 all in.
Wow.
Another all-in call confrontation. Joey ahead with 58%. Versus the Queen Jack of Mikey and 41.2 million chips in the middle. What a flop for Joey. He was ahead, and now he's got a gut shot in a 4 flush. Only needing to fade a queen or a jack. Can he do it for the double up? Bang, yes he can.
Joey holds.
And this has been a hell of a match. Joey with the double up now. Finds the ace 4.
So I don't know if you know this about me, Yale. my dad was a doctor, we often talked about if poker was gambling, and I would try to give up all my precise thoughts and feelings. When seeing this heads up all-in match, it's hard to feel like it's not right now. It's very hard to, the beautiful nature of the strategy, and we're flipping coins for a lot of real money. It is pretty sick when you really break down what is happening in front of us.
Multiple six-figure coin flips in our midst. Mikey down to 55 bigs, Joey at 41 in a match that seemingly has no end. If you like good poker, this has certainly been a good place to view it, though. Hand 148 ends bloodless as we drive on to hand 149.
Player 2 raising 2.4, player 1 4. Yep. Player 1 raises a 3.5. Player 2 raises 9.5.
So we have Mikey choosing a bottom tier hand class to find a raise. Joey 3-bets, and Mikey finds a jam with the 8 deuce off. I am perplexed.
What do you mean? This is exciting, bro.
It is as exciting as possible. I don't know.
It's something to see, you know?
I don't know if I can add anything. I think I'm here just like the viewers. I think I'm along for the ride with you guys as we've been for all day today. But this is, don't think there's any insight I can really add, but this is quite a comeback. I mean, the story of the tournament is Mikey. The heart, the guts, he is showing what can happen with some aggression, a little bit of luck, and a lot of heart. And again, it's fun to watch. It is fun to watch when you think about everything in detail. And for Joey, can he hold on? Can he come back? Can he finish this off? Yeah.
We will continue to gamble. Never stop clicking.
Yeah, Eric, you bring up a fascinating point. Yeah, the Queen Jack. I think the Queen Jack call off, as you mentioned, is it loose? Yeah, probably a little loose, but I think again, that's Mikey's strategy. And again, when you also start putting in some light opens, some light 3-bets with all the all-ins, you then get to then respond by calling off a little looser. You know, this isn't yourself or myself putting in an open. So the Queen Jack, yes, maybe is a little loose, but again, when you start parsing through what the overall calls are, Mikey's ready for the variance. The 2 high cards are pretty good. I think it's probably pretty fine. But I can see where you're coming from for sure. Yeah.
New look from Mikey here with the complete and the check from the big blind for Joey. Both players with a piece. That goes check, check. Joey gonna flick some in with top pair, and Mikey's hand quite strong.
The rare just call from Mikey.
Yeah, going with call. I questioned which way he would go there. Nice river for Joey. Decent bluff catcher, but kind of low in range.
Yeah.
Maybe a hand you might bluff yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I mean, he checked back flop in position, so hard
Probably
to really
not.
rep a queen here. I think it's just a question of whether you think this is good enough to bluff catch.
Yeah. Good execution by Joey there, sizing-wise, to get the 7 to call there. Yeah, I think it's pretty hard with Mikey when he has shown so much aggression to then think Mikey is going to choose a hand to trap with to then jam river seems quite ambitious to me.
Yeah, my brain mushed there for a second.
Yeah, but I think what you're saying is true because like you have two really good cards where having a pair to potentially rep a full house makes some sense. Having a jack to block straights makes a lot of sense, but in totality, the line doesn't quite logically make sense, even sometimes when the cards do. Joey, I think even with hands worse than just a solo queen, might be able to find calls there, honestly. I will say, one minor change I would have if I were running a card room in this scenario, I would have two dealers. I feel like it's a lot with the heads up to have the one dealer shuffling cards all the time. Maybe get a second deck in play. I think you can logically speed up, and it's just a lot to ask from one dealer all the time.
I've never considered this. We might need to interview a dealer about that specifically. I feel like a good dealer doesn't want someone else shuffling their cards.
Well, what if they had two separate decks both dealing? So dealer A deals hand one.
Oh, two dealers at the table?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fine. I think in the interest of the
wrist of our dealers, their wrist, with all the shuffling, the strain that they're putting on.
carpal, bro. Who doesn't have it at this age?
Of course. And a lot less dead time like right here.
The dead time's nice. I just need a shot of espresso maybe at this point. Old dogs had me up here working all day.
Has you quoting Sabrina Carpenter. Isn't that her famous song, Espresso?
Oh, yeah. Do like her. It's a little guilty pleasure.
Shark Tank at night.
Shark Tank After Dark flip on the Sabrina Carpenter. Action has slowed here just a little bit. Still 296 people in the Shark Tank chat. $308 now, looking to see which of these guys can finish each other off. Maybe you sense a little mental fatigue as postures have changed ever so slightly, or
from us as well.
Yeah, the intensity and fatigue, combination of the two. That is certainly an area where an experienced grinder might be able to have a bit of an edge as someone who's played in these spots way more. But nonetheless, the more experienced player, nearly a 2-to-1 deficit. There's your dealer change, a little rest for AK. I don't know if they call him AK, but
Sounds like they should. I feel like they should.
seems reasonable. Joey back with that split range. Electing for call with a very powerful hand. Couple of overs and a backdoor. He's going to check back in position, waiting to see how his opponent might act. Which I think is notable here, Vinny, because it's a very specific strategy where you know he's deviating. And now raising the King Jack, which I thought played pretty nicely as a call, but
yeah,
these guys are playing
similar.
So fast here. We're just gonna take a river with 10.4 million in the middle, and Annie 7 makes a straight. Is Joey gonna blast?
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of logical sense. I think Mikey's also, with how fast he's playing, you know, I would find Mikey expecting to be raising most 10x here on turns. Again, that's the really difficult thing when you are so go all the time as Mikey. It's really hard to then keep really good hands when you do face aggression with calls, which then means you have to call lighter. So I think that that find by Joey, where yes, I agree the turn might be a tad ambitious as the hand plays pretty clean as a call. Again, when you find river in that node, then makes it a nice bluff catcher or bluff candidate. So yeah.
Yeah, interesting strategy change from Joey, limping a hand as strong as King Jack of clubs. We had seen him split, but not always finding hands that strong as part of the limp range. And once again, things are tightening up here, 54.8 million to 39.7 with a big blind of 1.2 million.
Man, really good free advertising for the Mandalorian. The Grogu character getting a lot of airtime. Disney Plus getting free advertisement. We should probably work on that one. Get some money from them for all this.
Back to limp from Joey, which I feel like has served him pretty well.
Yep, goes back to what we talked about before, the wild all-ins of reducing the variance pre, trying to maximize every decision post that Joey feels like he has a significant advantage in.
Mikey finding the raise with the 5 high there, and speed poker from these two continues.
And I would like to say these numbers we believe are correct, but for those at home, if you're wanting to pause and count, the brown chips 100K, pink we believe are 1 million. So as we noted before when we thought Joey had won, these numbers are approximations, at least from Yale and I's understanding.
Speculation in the chat here late at night that lawsuits might be coming from Disney. Do they own this character that he is imploring on his rail, Vinny?
I would, if not them, then who?
Joey gonna defend Queen 10 off. Open-ended versus top pair, certainly a chance for a little bit of blood in either direction.
Like this from Mikey, I think can go heads up here, more wanting to use your top pairs, obviously, as mostly pure bets. Could use this as a check, but overall, I like this a lot. Joey, just nice, really comfortable call here.
Clearly thinking about other things, though, Vinny.
He shuts
Yes.
me up and finds a raise.
Was this a snap all in from Mikey?
This is the awkwardness of finding a raise here that you're kind of getting punished for immediately, especially with Mikey. Yeah.
And here we go.
Yep.
We're going to run it yet again. Mikey's got Joey on the ropes, 58% of the equity. He needs to fade a king, 8, or queen, and he is not going to. Joey lights out instantly on the turn.
Wow.
Completing the straight in this $73.4 million pot as the battle rages on, and Joey back in the lead yet again.
And you can see the jovial Joey, the joking Joey is gone. That was a big fist bump. The whole tenor of the match is quite different from when it started to where we are at now. The longer you play, the more fatigued you get. The intensity rises. That's a big, big turn card for Joey, who now has a substantial lead.
Back and forth, and Joey with a 3-1 lead now. 61 to 18 big blinds with that $140,000 difference between second and first. There it is right in front of you. Real money and nothing to sneeze at. Certainly I wouldn't.
Dan in the chat, we do know the denominations. It is late at night. We are not going to be counting each denomination. We do know what they are. Getting the chips sorted here now.
Eric Cotto in the chat. Yes, sir. This is absolutely wild with a massive pay jump between these two. Back and forth, back and forth. As we see Mikey going back for some pretzels, a little bit of energetic firepower to get him through this heads-up battle. Can't blame him. Justin's chips are available for all if you come into the Shark Tank. I'm usually a Doritos. There's something about the original nacho cheese Doritos. That
So good. More of a Cool Ranch fan myself, but also any Dorito I'm good for.
And all in from Mikey. Back to the strategy we saw from him earlier when he gets short. Gonna play, likely to play jam or fold.
As wide as 8 deuce and 7 deuce, which means any two are in play.
Check with 20, right?
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Okay, so 24 million for Mikey.
Yep.
Just graphics off a touch, but not super relevant here. Is Joey the far and away covering stack? Knows Mikey's exact stack. There it is. Yet again, the suited connector.
A lot of loyal fans who've been here from the jump who are supporting their good friends. I thought we were going to get out here pretty quick, and this match is really extended.
What do you mean, you don't want to be here with me anymore?
I'm getting a little tired, Yale, but this is fun to see.
Well, wake up, buddy. We got more action to call. Hundreds of people in the chat here waiting to see who's going to win this one.
Trying to get a good look at Joey's hat. Does it say built tough? With a buffalo on it? Am I seeing that right, Yale?
Yeah. It's a Gorin Brothers hat, which is like a very large brand.
Okay.
Like very large.
Buffalo do seem tough.
Yeah, I mean,
feels like a good animal choice for built tough.
Frustrating decision for Joey as he passes the King 5 suited facing the JAMA Mikey.
Yeah, it's another one of those where Joey probably also correctly assumes he's going to be ahead a lot of the time, but again, wanting to wait for a little cleaner spot to reduce the variance that he keeps trying to implement. But I think that's kind of the look that I kind of got from Joey there to glean of, yeah, my King 5 is good here a lot, but I'm also not really dominating it, not really wanting to flip back to being the slight dog. So kind of interesting to see where Joey starts setting his own cutoff limits against what seems to be almost any two cards by Mikey. Interesting and one to think about yourself if you're Joey of what your limits would be.
Wince in the chat saying Buffalo Joe bro. What's that mean? Buff blasting. I feel it. Okay, I never. All right. Does that go back to the Berg? When did that one start? Oh, the Q8. Yeah, the Buffalo. You guys call that the Q8. That's right.
Winning 250,000 should not be easy, my friend, and this is a battle for it.
I mean, I just want to win the lottery, Vinny. It's not asking too much.
Yale, if you win the lottery, would I ever see you again?
Yeah.
Good. That's good to know. You don't know what money does to people. Sometimes it changes. I would like to think so, but
I mean,
who knows?
What am I gonna do? I still gotta hang out.
I mean, you're
with
traveling
people.
Internationally. You're leaving America quite soon after winning the lottery.
I'd probably just play Wins 1,000 across if I won the lottery fucking twice a week for the fun. Somebody's got to fund his kid's life.
It's good.
A little bit of a slower tempo here is not really getting to a flop, but lets us consider our fate should we win the lottery.
Man. So here's a question, Yale. You win, what would be a typical lottery these days? What's like the biggest amount? Or let's just say, what, let's say 500.
I play when it's over $1 billion.
Okay, so let's say you win $1 billion. How much of the $1 billion would you elect to forfeit to the state of Ohio to keep the information private?
Oh, I don't know if it works that way.
I know it doesn't. I'm asking this hypothetical, if that were an option, what is the most you'd be willing to give up so the information stays private? Or would you want everyone in the world to know?
Oh, I wouldn't want anyone to know.
Of course, that's the interesting debate.
Only Wince would know on the golf course.
There'd be signs, they might say.
Live King golf. Win the lotto, he says.
Somehow,
here we go.
Somehow, Yale win the lottery. He's only the second person to, second most
That's like a
deserving
funny
person.
thing to debate, right? Like, how lucky are or unlucky is one? Like, we all think we're more unlucky than we are. Like,
Of course.
I'm 5'6". That feels really unlucky.
For males in America, you'd be correct.
But other parts of my life, very lucky.
Yep.
How does one know? Late night philosophy here during the heads-up battle. What is good luck and what is bad luck? Sean Greenwood in the chat. Yes, Sean, I would play you 1,000 across even if I don't win a lottery. Don't need a lottery to play you. I'm just donating to wins.
I'd give quite a substantial amount. I think I would give upwards of 50%, maybe more.
50%, bro.
Your whole life changes.
State of Ohio, dude. No. There's somebody who needs it more. I'd way rather give it to somebody else.
Yeah, but the issue there, it's not the amount, it's everything of the life of myself that changes from it. So it's just, I don't know, it's interesting.
Vinny, you're like an altruistic do-gooder. You're trying to tell me, oh, I'm going to give the state $500 million?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Instead of like giving it to your buddy who
No, you're right.
who
you're
does
right.
like water research in Africa. I mean, we can get back to the poker, but no, I'm not giving the state of Ohio $500 million.
No, that's a good point.
There's a zero chance.
No, you're right.
Mike DeWine or whoever's in charge doesn't
I
need it.
immediately fall back and say you are right.
The king of logic wins again.
You are, as
2
always.
8s for Joey. Yeah, I like it. Going with the call. I like the splitting of the range and getting to the flop in Joey's shoes.
Has to be pretty frustrating for Joey to finally pick up a top 10% hand, and finally Mikey doesn't find an all-in. Has to be quite frustrating.
Well, Ryan, I hope you don't come meet me because I haven't been measured in a couple of years as my age advances, and finding out I'm 5'5" and not 5'6" would be less than pleasing, while also quite probable. Mikey finding a raise, and Joey put to decision with the Jack 9 offsuit. Typically a standard call, and yes, he will find it. Finally, a little bit of juice in the middle in hand 171, 7.2 million. Bottom pair for Mikey, and Joey has whiffed. I've got challengers in the chat, Vinny. They're claiming Ryan is taller than me. Okay. Certainly possible. A question from Epotsy1. You know who that is, Epotsy1?
I don't. Is this the latest I've been at the tank?
No, Vinny.
Of course not.
Vinny bags at like 3 a.m. every single tournament series. Guy's a god.
Yeah, not the latest. We had one of my, I've had an all-night session here before, but those days are well past me. I've I'm past my prime for sure in that regard.
He's withered, firing it in on rugby and God knows what else.
Well, Nathan's hot dog eating contest is my favorite, of course. But, yeah, WNBA is probably the only thing that keeps me up till 1, 2 a.m. nowadays. I do wish I was on the West Coast, Yale. It makes the live betting and just betting in general much easier than when you have to stay up till 1 a.m. to see the conclusion of a lot of these.
West Coaster sports is the best.
Yeah, it's very good. And being able to wake up to March Madness.
Debatably Mountain Time, though. Get that extra hour in for the football, a little more, you know.
Yeah, because you are right. I mean, the 9 a.m. with the kickoff starting, it would be nice to have a little of the eye crusties out of the eyes when I'm watching Ohio State for sure. Yeah, that might be another good call on your part.
Offsuit connector for Joey facing the $3 million open. Gut shot for Joey and a couple of overs. And now he has connected where Mikey has made an open ender, and I love this check from him. And the call. Excellent execution.
Yep.
13.2 million in the river. Heading to the river, excuse me. Backdoor diamonds come in.
Really like this for Mikey. Yep.
5 million and a snap call from Joey, and he is going to drag this one with the positive head shake and the clapping.
Seems like a really good hand play by both parties. I know we haven't been having a lot of post-flop decision making here in the last hour or so, but I thought both people, Mikey and Joe, executed pretty
Last
high
hour,
level.
I think it's only been about 10 minutes, but sure.
Feels like an hour. I don't know if anyone else in the chat agrees, but that was, again, very good
Poker is
execution.
slow game sometimes, but Joey increases his lead. 74.8 million, equaling 62 big blinds. 16 big blinds for Mikey, and that's probably going to put him back into jam or fold mode.
Yep.
Who'd win at a hot dog eating contest?
Adam.
Not me. I mean, I would take me in a who can eat more contest, but I think once you put speed in the game, I don't think I have any chance.
I actually did test this. I ate there was a debate on who would win, either Joey Chestnut eating a hot dog and running 100 meters or Usain Bolt. So I was curious and tested it myself. I ate a Skyline dog in 19 seconds. No idea if that's impressive or not, but I do have that time. So
wow.
That's about all I got in that regard to any hot dog sets.
I assume Chestnut would win, but yeah, I don't
Chestnut's,
really know.
I think, a pretty big favorite. I would go probably at least minus 3,000 to 4,000 Chestnut. I think it's probably not particularly close.
Uh-oh. Big Nick in the chat. Not loving the hot dog eating contest results. You know, ironically, Vinny schooled me on this, and the density of the buns was excessive at best. The women's champion complained right out the gate, and Chestnut only comes up a half dog short, Big Nick. You know, granted they changed the bread on Vinny. What can you really expect? I mean, it's almost like a juice baseball. They just ripped his soul out.
Everyone faltered except the king himself, Joey Chestnut. He's the only man who can make up for too dense of buns.
All in from Mikey is gonna find Joey 6 high into the bin quickly.
We did find out the hot dog eating contest, you can eat half a dog. We did have we had under 70 and a half, 69, under 69 and a half, and he did eat exactly 69 and a half. The rare push when you get a half. First and only time in my life I think I'll do that.
Joey looking to close out Mikey, whittle him down after this long battle between these two players. things have slowed a bit here following the top pair of jacks versus the queen 10 offsuit of Joey, where he found the nut straight on the turn.
It's pretty rude on my part to talk about the built tough buffalo, and I haven't even acknowledged what Mikey's sweatshirt is. I can't quite tell what that is. It is a bear of some sort that I see wearing sunglasses. Can't say I'm familiar with the brand logo or any of it, but definitely a good look.
Should see limp here from Joey, given how he's been playing this part of his range. Of course, I'm incorrect. As a open, and I think it was an open, 2.4, followed by a jam. So Joey does go for the open and punished by the ace high this time of Mikey.
Are you looking? You're not looking. How do you know if you didn't look?
Joey again telling Mikey that he lied to his face when Mikey telling the truth. I am interested. We've seen, again, we did see the Queen Jack call off that Eric mentioned earlier. I am curious. We've seen so much jamming by Mikey here, and again, folding by Joey. I am curious with a Joey jam what Mikey's call offs are. I wonder how loose they are. Who knows? Mikey knows.
I for sure talking to someone.
The battle rages on. Joey with 57 bigs, Mikey with 22.
Lady Jack for you.
Joey getting a Coke to get some late night energy. Yeah, what would be yours? You say you're an espresso guy if you need some energy late at night?
It's just no replacement for coffee.
I did,
Hell of a drug.
Before I went to Vegas, I did fall for my first Instagram, Facebook ad. I bought some sugar type gum that said it would stimulate you and keep you up. Tasted too bad. It was the first purchase I ever made. I regretted it.
That is absolutely incredible.
I did feel like a pretty big fish at the table where the other person who I deemed who was wearing a Tiger sweatshirt and later got kicked out had the same gum as I did, and that was a pretty big low moment for myself.
$3 million from Mikey and the Jack 2 off into the muck.
I can't drink that. You made the rival. He's amazing. Try to kill him. Yeah, that's why I can't drink that. Really?
Joey seeds, and maybe someone in the chat needs to wake me up. Is Big Nick trolling us?
Probably.
Nick's
very good at it.
He's not impressed. Too used to having the best in the world commentating on him every day.
Yo, I'm going to step away for a second. I'm going to get a Diet Coke, and we're looking at some good snack arrangements. I see some Oreos, Nutter Butters, some chips. when you get past midnight at Shark Tank at night, Shark Tank After Dark, we're off the rails. I have a tea time at like 8:30 with my buddy tomorrow.
Where are we playing?
Don't even know. He just asked me, and I said yes. He's about to move out of the state, and tomorrow's gonna hit hard.
Okay. That's good. Spend some time with your friend. Feed me something, Gary. I'm slowing down here, 182 hands deep. Open fold, 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 call fold. Not that I can blame these guys. They're not, you know, they're doing their best to close out one another, and nobody can die, so we're gonna hang out until it's over. Gonna send Dog a extra big bill for overtime. I'm sure I qualify. I have to qualify. Chat rages on about crypto. I like a little bit of crypto talk myself.
WPT was my favorite. Hard rock.
We have the combatants and some chatter off and on.
Me and my back in Gotti said, we know him. I said, what? I said, that's our boy. And that's last year in Vegas, I was like, I gotta take a picture with that guy. Tell him about this. I was like, all right. Gotti Price testing me now.
Joey pitching the 8-4 off makes sense. Vinny flashing some Cool Ranch here. Luckily, he's got his muke mited. If John Lee's out there, how do you feel about Cool Ranch, buddy?
You like that, Joe?
I don't like anything they say.
I know, I figured.
I ain't like that. The old lady J got good with.
Get the brush to the dude.
Oh, shit. I like that.
More folding.
What was it? Oh my God. I'm supposed to open there and you supposed to jam.
Back into relaxed mode after a series of not a lot of action between these two players.
I'll say 150 and somebody leaves with 200.
I'm not looking to talk to you. You can't even tell the truth.
I'm a nacho cheese guy.
God is dishonest.
I don't know what John's favorite is. Just give me the old traditional. I think he tried to sell me on like the Costco brand once or something, which I don't think I'm really here for that, man. I want that name brand action.
I was waiting for it. I knew it was coming.
Okay, flop time.
I gotta try to win.
Open jam. 7x pot-ish.
All in, we're gonna fold. 2.4 before the flag. 2.4.
So, Yale, I'm actually looking at this last longer bet I made with some people, and I'm quite disappointed. I only get $100 additional if Joey wins this. Doesn't that seem pretty light? $100 for a last longer and a win going into day 2. We only have a $100 bonus. I should have negotiated this a little better.
You just need to play for more money, dude.
Well, yeah, for sure. It's definitely an error in hindsight. I just said yes to the bet. I'm pretty disappointed.
So we're going to take a stab out of position. Mikey folds bottom pair on King Jack 6, facing a single bet.
Yeah.
Chip lead about 2-1 for Joey at present.
Yeah, folding bottom pair there, definitely going to be a little too tight in heads-up poker. But this heads-up match is one for the record books, one that hard to parse through. So at this point, your guess is as good as mine. I will say the Cool Ranch Doritos, I think might have been my best choice of the day. That was a good bag of Doritos. Haven't had them in quite some time. I got a couple hands here. Seeing Joey with the min open. Mikey responding with a jam. It is quite difficult to play with Joey here, where Mikey was responding with jamming so wide.
I mean,
there's a lot of insights here.
I actually think I would just go to a straight, complete limping range in Joey's shoes.
I think you should.
You limp your aces, you limp your kings, you limp everything, and that's really the strategy adjustment I would make. And granted, I'm not an expert, but it's just we can also see the hands, and he can't. But I just think gut instinct reaction is if somebody wants to play jams this deep, this frequently, that you probably can't have it every time, and eventually you're just gonna kind of catch them in the crossfire and hope to fold. But
I think I agree pretty cleanly and would agree in general for sure. Yeah, that's only. I'm trying to think if there's something else. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
I like that.
Yeah, seems good. Yeah, this has been a pretty big issue. These cards, the dealers have had some troubles all night getting the flops cleanly out. It doesn't really bother me. Just of note, probably the specific RFID cards.
Check to the river. I believe Joey's got the baby club here.
Yeah.
Small one for him. Exactly a 2-1 chip lead for Joey. 7-4 off on the button. Mikey playing flat this time versus the button open. Decent flop for Mikey with that king of hearts in hand to go with his pair. This is going to be an easy fold for Joey.
Yeah, quite again, this strategy by Mikey is also very interesting, where it creates a pretty difficult dynamic to Joey, knowing when to c-bet, when to not on a lot of those middling cards when Mikey is jamming a lot of times any two. When he does find the call, it's a range it's really hard to narrow and get an idea of truly what it represents, what it has, what it doesn't have. Yeah, c-bet seems fine once we get to that spot, and yeah. I will say Mikey does have me at a loss for words, Yale. Countering a lot of what Mikey's doing right now does seem difficult in some spots, but I do agree that the limping seems quite good. I'm not going crazy, though. That dog does have sunglasses on, right? Or a bear or some sort of animal?
No idea. Can't tell.
Do like that hat.
Solid hats. For both.
Really anything light blue, I'm a pretty big sucker for, jersey-wise, sport-wise.
It's a good color for you.
Yeah. And those Chargers baby blues are just some of my favorites in sports.
Joey checking back, middle pair. Probably just going to take his... No, I'm wrong. Finds value bet, and Mikey passes. The later it gets, as this battle rages on, you got any thoughts? Generally, does it favor somebody, not favor somebody, just...
Yeah, I mean, it favors who runs more pure, obviously, but I think I think what we established is pretty true, where it feels like Mikey's just going to run into it here eventually with the over-aggression, but that doesn't mean the deck's going to cooperate or that it's not going to be a flip or a pig equity. So again, the chip leader, Joey, is elongating this match, and I believe he probably still has a slight edge. But again, a lot of variance here in heads-up poker. I would, as we mentioned, really like Joey to really establish that limping range in full, but
wow. This is a spot. Joey completed, I believe, and he now faces all in with the 2 threes.
yeah.
And I do like the pass here from him. It's
Another good pass.
just a hand that can never be doing all that well versus the jam. Frustrating for Joey. He wants to get in there and see a flop, and understandably imploring that limping range to try to neutralize Mikey a little bit. But Mikey found a hand he wanted to go with, and justifiably so, ready to play for it all. Probably can't get a lot of action as these two face off.
That's messed up, man. Get Joey's rel. Joey's rel, do away with.
Love this complete from Joey, staying with the limp range. And this is the type of hand that facing this raise plays very, very good as a call-in position, in my opinion. Maybe Joey has other ideas. He does.
All in call. This is what we talked about. How wide is Mikey going? He's going with the Queen 10-0.
For a call-off. 59% for Joey.
This is 250,000 on the line here. Joey wins 59% of the time.
Ace in the window. He's gonna need a couple of runners here to have any chance. And he gets one of them. Improving. 5 outs, heading to this river, and $250,000 in the balance. This one is over this time for real. Joey eliminates Mikey and finds $250,000. Incredible fight between these two players. Super exciting. Well played by both. And really, you just got to tip your cap to these guys for giving it all. Joey comes away with another tournament victory to add to his tally in his long and illustrious poker career.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's that heads up really went on for a while. But when you think about the table and from 8 down to 1, I think Joey really showed a really good understanding of where to adjust, what spots to take, and it is just it just shows the professional that Joey truly is. And it was really fun to watch on our end. I thought the final table, Yale, played pretty excellent. I thought a lot of players really held their own in a really big spot, which is very hard to do. Some little technical difficulties, but yeah, in general, congrats to Mikey. What a performance, what a score. Nothing to be ashamed of. Had probably the 2 plays of the tournament my end, the ace-king against Jordan and the 8-4, 8-3 suit against Joey. So, again, nothing but respect for him. And, yeah, I had a blast doing this with you, brother. Thanks for having me. Again, if anyone wants to, Shark Tank and Mad River probably have games for you. They range from the 1-2 buy-in to even bigger. So come out. We would love to have you guys. And yeah, anything else?
No, just a final look at the results from all the
a lot of money
final table competitors. Yeah, Jordan going to take that 75 G's into his PLO games, and
games would be good.
God knows where else. But yeah, it was a pleasure, and want to thank Shark Tank and Mad River for putting this on and for having us in the commentary booth. And I think that's going to be it for us. We're going to sign out and appreciate everybody in the YouTube chat joining us. Thank you very much.